singing of O Canada, led by the honourable member for Windsor West.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons commend. Quand on va se porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open, que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. À l'ordre.
Order, please.
L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Mr. Speaker, today, 13 senior Catalan leaders were arrested like criminals by the Spanish police. Can you imagine our officials being thrown in jail simply for having done what Parliament wanted? This is a serious denial of democracy, authoritative action unworthy of Spain, and the silence by the Government of Canada is unacceptable. The Catalan people voted freely for an independent government. The people are demanding to have the same right to self-determination as all nations throughout the world. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I want to condemn Spain's undemocratic and repressive action, and I offer our support to the Catalan state in its democratic approach for independence. Long live freedom, long live democracy, long live Catalunya.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
This summer, the member for Pickering-Oxbridge and I embarked on a rural-urban riding exchange. As a long-serving member and as a new member, mentorship and exchanging perspectives played a key part. In Malpeque, we experienced the ingenuity of local entrepreneurs, the creativity of PEI's experiential tourism, and the quality of our national park. At Spring Willow Organic Farm, we handpicked potatoes, taking lessons from 90-year-old Joyce Lowe. The member for Pickering-Oxbridge can now identify the qualities of a good dairy cow. In Pickering-Oxbridge, we competed in a dragon boat race and saw the strength of local athletes. With entrepreneur Bernadette Recto, we embraced Pilates and felt how important exercise to mental health and well-being was. We attended the island dinner of the Lucy Maud Montgomery Society and reflected on our shared cultural heritage. The exchange left us with a broader perspective on the challenges we face and the diversity of Canadians.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, business people in my riding are unanimous in their outrage at the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance. These entrepreneurs and job creators are angry and deeply concerned over these tax proposals and the negative impacts they will have on their livelihoods and that of their employees. Hundreds of thousands of middle-class Canadians have been called tax cheats by a government claiming to represent them. The same government that killed family income splitting and cut rebates for children's activities has the arrogance to say they are protecting our economy. There is nothing fair about tax proposals that create a toxic Canadian business environment. Incentives for starting and building a company are now being punished. These business owners warn that companies will wind up business, entrepreneurship will drop, and companies will leave the country. Business people know this current government does not have a revenue or a tax loophole problem. They have an excessive spending problem. Mr. Speaker, it's time this government follow common sense and cancel this horrific tax grab. Thank you.
Honourable member for Whitby.
This week I have my hair in braids, much like I've had for most of my childhood. However, Mr. Speaker, it has come to my attention that there are young girls here in Canada and other parts of the world who are removed from school or shamed because of their hairstyle. Mr. Speaker, body shaming of any woman in any form from the top of her head to the soles of her feet is wrong. Irrespective of her hairstyle, the size of her thighs, the size of her hips, the size of her baby bump, the size of her breasts, or the size of her lips, what makes us different makes us unique and beautiful. So, Mr. Speaker, I will continue to rock these braids for 3 reasons. Number 1, because I'm sure you'll agree, they look pretty dope. Number 2, in solidarity with women who have been shamed based on their appearance. And number 3, and most importantly, in solidarity with young girls and women who look like me and those who don't. I want them to know that their braids, their dreads, their super curly afro puffs, their weaves, their hijabs, and their headscarves, and all other variety of hairstyles belong in schools, in the workplace, in the boardroom, and yes, even here on Parliament Hill. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, this week we learned of the passing of Stanislav Petrov.
Petrov was on duty at a Russian nuclear early warning center in 1983 when computers wrongly detected incoming missiles from the U.S. He took the decision that they were a false alarm and did not report them to his superiors. Had he not done so, we might have had a nuclear war by mistake, a nuclear war by accident. Cette histoire montre bien.
This story shows the danger and absurd nature of atomic bombs and the nuclear armament race. And it's something crazy that is continuing in North Korea. And this is why we need to rise to the challenge of ending this race.
The United Nations, at the signing of the Nuclear Weapons Ban Treaty, is shameful. The world deserves better. Merci, Stanislav Petrov.
Thank you, Stanislav Petrov. The Honourable Member for Mount Royal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This evening, in my riding of Mount Royal, throughout Canada and across the world, Jewish communities will be celebrating Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year.
It's time to look forward. It is also a time to look back. Last year, we saw an increase in the levels of anti-Semitism around the world. Jewish Canadians have seen vile acts targeting us and our places of worship. On this Rosh Hashanah, let's join together as parliamentarians to deliver a message to Canada's Jewish community. That message is that we recognize and appreciate the over 250-year contribution of the Jewish community to Canada. We denounce anti-Semitism and all forms of hatred and will combat it with words and with deeds. We stand against discrimination against any group, bigotry against any people. On behalf of all of us, I wish all those celebrating Rosh Hashanah a happy and healthy New Year.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, on July 1st, across the riding of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, there was fun-filled celebrations for Canada's 150th. No one would have guessed that a week later, the anticipated summer would turn into the worst wildfire season in BC's history. Volunteers stepped up to the plate, providing food, shelter, and a safe place for evacuees. Others worked 24/7 to move animals big and small to safety. RCMP and firefighters bravely fulfilled their duties under very challenging conditions. This was not a short disaster period. As the days and weeks progressed, the stamina and perseverance of so many was inspiring. Long days, vacations forgone, and neighbor helping neighbor. Although the immediate crisis has diminished, the long-term recovery will be a challenge. My thanks to those who stepped up to the plate and our thoughts for those who lost their home and livelihoods. We commit to working through the recovery. The summer of 2017 will be remembered for how strong, compassionate, and determined we are.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East. Order. That's the problem with microphones, but the Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, in 2007, this House unanimously adopted a motion presented by the late Honourable Mauril Bélanger to declare October as Islamic History Month. Islamic History Month recognizes the important contribution of Muslims to Canadian society, their cultural diversity, and the importance of fostering great social cohesion. On September 25th, the Toronto District School Board is launching Islamic History Month at the Aga Khan Museum, located in my riding of Don Valley East. The Aga Khan Museum presents insights on the history of Muslim civilizations through various activities, events, and exhibitions that act as a catalyst for mutual understanding. As we celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Islamic Heritage Month, I encourage people from all backgrounds to take the opportunity to learn about the history and diversity of the Muslim people. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, this week is the start of a new year. Kids are back to school, the harvest season is in full swing, members of Parliament are back in this place, and it is Rosh Hashanah. It is my favorite time of the year. On Sunday, I enjoyed participating in the community Rosh Hashanah luncheon at the Bernard Battelle Centre, hosted by CIJA and the UJA Federation of Greater Toronto. Together with the members from York Centre, Richmond Hill, and Willowdale, and Toronto Mayor John Tory, we served lunch and shared a meal while learning about poverty in the Jewish community. I hope everyone celebrating Rosh Hashanah enjoys some time with family, friends, and community. This is a great time to enjoy some tasty local honey and apples, and my Danforth Rosh Hashanah tradition would not be complete without some honey-soaked lucamadas. I wish everyone a new year of sweetness and prosperity. Shana Tova.
Here, here. Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, this Saturday marks the opening ceremonies of the 2017 Invictus Games. First established by His Royal Highness Prince Harry in 2014, the Invictus Games provide an opportunity for sick, wounded, and injured military personnel and veterans to compete in a multi-sport event against athletes from around the world. From September 23rd to 30th, Toronto will host over 550 athletes from 17 nations, including 90 individuals who are representing Team Canada. The Invictus Games are a great way for Canadians to recognize and pay tribute to the brave men and women who have sacrificed so much to keep this country safe. They, as well as all their families, deserve the utmost respect and honour. I encourage everyone in this House and all Canadians to attend and watch the Games to show your support for these outstanding athletes. Invictus is Latin for unconquerable, and these competitors certainly embody that spirit. I will conclude with the Invictus motto, I am. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Speaker, this past Saturday, Montrealers gathered to celebrate Recovery Day. This annual event celebrates recovery from drug, alcohol, and behavioral addiction and challenges the stigma surrounding addiction that so often prevents sufferers from seeking help. Recovery Day began in 2012 with one city, Vancouver. And this September, there are Recovery Day events in over 30 Canadian cities. We all have people in our lives that have been touched by addiction, who are afraid to speak out. And speaking out is a crucial first step to recovery. Aujourd'hui, j'aimerais donc...
So today I'd like to thank the organizers of Recovery Day, who are working to overcome the stigma surrounding addiction and recovery. I also want to thank the organizations in my riding that help people struggling with addiction, like Jean Lapointe House, the Booth Salvation Army Center, and the Bon Accueil Mission. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Nickel Belt.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Dan.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the people of Gogama who are celebrating the 100th anniversary. It's in Northern Ontario, and it's a hidden treasure, a beautiful community that offers outdoor activities. You can go fishing, hunting, biking, hiking, without forgetting the other activities. It has gone through difficult times with train derailment in the past.
Thousands. Their strength should not be measured by their numbers. They have persevered. They have opted to put a negative situation and turn it into an opportunity. No time was wasted. and they produced a facade.
Happy 100th anniversary. I'm convinced that with your determination, there will be prosperity for the next 100 years. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, last week I held a roundtable in Owen Sound to discuss this government's latest attack on small business owners, physicians, family farms, and more. The message was loud and clear that these reforms will be very damaging to each of these sectors. To make it crystal clear for the Prime Minister, though, I drafted this poem to truly get the point across. Prime Minister and Finance Minister, a message for you. It's from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, so you know that it's true. Small businesses, farmers, and physicians alike are left scratching their heads at this unfair tax hike. Have you ever been to a barn? It's not a tax haven. Your proposals will tax hard-earned money that we've been saving. My retirement plan, my kids' education, that's what you're taxing, not some island vacation. Small businesses and doctors, they're not some tax cheat. They're out creating jobs and making ends meet. So Prime Minister and Finance Minister, please don't be so sinister. Abandon this plan. It's unfair to administer.
Honourable member for Hamilton West. The honourable member for Hamilton West and Castor Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow is United Nations International Day of Peace. It's a day where citizens around the globe put peace ahead of their differences and try and create a culture of peace. Both inner peace and peace in society is very important to me. And this is why I am delighted to announce that tomorrow at noon, we have John Kabat-Zinn coming to the Hill. And John will be leading a mass mindfulness meditation session on the Hill. Now, John, we are so fortunate to have John. He's a world-renowned meditator. He's a retired professor from the University of Massachusetts Medical School, where he created both the Stress Reduction Clinic as well as a mindfulness center. And I want to take this opportunity to thank Inner Space under the direction of Cher Van Arel, who has set this event up. Mr. Speaker, I cannot think of a better event to attend on the International Day of Peace than a mindfulness session with John Kabat-Zinn. I know that I will be surrounded by fellow MPs, and I'm hoping the lawn is full.
Might even be some silence, who knows? The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Perhaps the most devastating part of losing someone you love is the silence that fills the space that was once filled with their unique sound. On the west coast of Canada, the silence that has taken the beautiful space of Twyla Roskovich is stark. None of us can believe she is gone. At 38, she was too young to leave us. An independent filmmaker focused on protecting wild salmon, Twyla directed multiple films. Perhaps the most well-known was Salmon Confidential. I had the honor of knowing Twyla for many years. What I will always carry with me was her determination to make sure the voices that were often silenced were heard, her absolute love for her 4-year-old daughter Ruby, and the trips on the ferry from Powell River with her father Glenn, whose absolute pride and love for his daughter touched me profoundly. I hope in this time of grief her loved ones know we are all holding you up with our love. Thank you, Twyla. For the short time you were here, you made a world of difference.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, this evening at sundown, the Jewish community in Canada and around the world will gather to celebrate Rosh Hashanah, the start of the Jewish New Year and the high holiday season. During this time, Jewish communities will gather with friends and family to enjoy festive meals as the new year is ushered into the sound of the shofar. This is also a time for retrospection, observance, and prayer for a good year. This past year, we have seen a continuing rise in anti-Semitic hate crimes. The Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, will always stand with the Jewish community in Canada and around the world in the face of this pernicious hate. On behalf of the official opposition and the Conservative Party of Canada, I want to wish everyone celebrating a happy, healthy, peaceful, and sweet Rosh Hashanah. Shana Tova u'Metuka.
Honorable Député de Pontiac.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, my intention in rising today was to highlight Mexican Independence Day, which is celebrated on September 16th by some 100,000 Canadians of Mexican origin, including my wife and family. However, as co-chair of the Canada-Mexico Parliamentary Friendship Group, I take this time today to offer my thoughts and prayers to Mexico, which is recovering from a second earthquake.
Communities, including Gatineau, which is host to a campus of Mexico's National University, and to Aztlán, the traditional folkloric ballet of Mexico and Canada. Our connection is strong, but our hearts are heavy. I ask all Canadians to join me in doing what they can to support our cultural, economic, and humanitarian partner as they face tough days ahead. Learn more about supporting the Mexico Earthquake Relief Fund or the Red Cross as a proud and resilient people face these enormous challenges. Nosotros canadienses somos unidos y en solidaridad con nuestros amigos mexicanos.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister continued his campaign against small businesses. Local businesses need tools to save when things are going well and then to be able to get through tough periods because they want to be able to pay their staff when things are not going as well. But with the Prime Minister's tax changes, it will be more difficult for them to do that. Will the Prime Minister end his campaign against local businesses and stop attacking our job creators? Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Week, Conservatives pretended to stand up for business women. But I can tell you that members on this side were deeply disappointed by comments made by the Conservative member for Battleford Lloydminster about the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. We can all agree that sexist comments should not be part of the public debate or part of any conversation anywhere, period. So I ask the Leader of the Opposition, will he stand here today, do the right thing, and denounce his members' comments and ask him to issue a full apology to this House?
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, women entrepreneurs expect their government to stand with them, not attack them. The Prime Minister doesn't seem to understand that his tax hikes will mean fewer jobs, fewer working hours, and lower salaries and benefits for workers employed by small and local businesses. So here's a lesson for the Prime Minister. When he raises taxes on businesses, he makes it harder for them to grow and hire more workers. Right. And he makes it harder for them to invest in new startup businesses that would create even more jobs. Why is the Prime Minister putting up roadblocks for job creation?
Right. Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Order. Mr. Speaker, how disappointing. The Leader of the...
Order. Order. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, it's very disappointing that the Leader of the Opposition will not denounce these statements and not show that the Leader of his entire caucus understands how inappropriate those comments were and ask the member to apologize to all members of this House and all Canadians today.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, order.
Mr. Mr. Speaker, while answering media questions yesterday, the Prime Minister described his, quote, family fortune, which is held in at least 3 separate numbered companies. Must be nice. Shockingly, he confirmed that he will not be affected by the tax changes he claims are intended to make wealthy Canadians pay more. So while the Prime Minister is going after local plumbers, mechanics, and farmers, he's bragging that he won't be affected. So how is that fair?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, not only do we on this side of the House defend the entrepreneurs and businesswomen, we also represent the integrity and respect women from coast to coast to coast, and the Leader of the Opposition refuses to denounce the comment of his colleagues in front of all members of this House, and indeed in front of all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, 35 associations of small and medium-sized businesses, professionals, independent workers, and farmers, representing more than 1.2 million members, were never consulted about the Liberal government's tax reforms. We're not talking about multimillionaires here. We're talking about people who work hard day in and day out to create jobs all across Canada. Mr. Speaker, my question is simple. Will these people have to pay $1,500 to attend a private cocktail party with the Prime Minister in order to get them to finally listen?
No.
The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we don't want a system that incentivizes the wealthiest Canadians to have private incorporations so that they can have a lower tax rate than that of the middle class. That's our goal. We are listening. We are currently in a period of consultation. We're listening to people all across the country. I've been going to chambers of commerce across Canada to listen, and that's very important. We will continue to listen to ensure that our measures attain our necessary objective of having a fair tax system. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, here's a real example. Joseph, who's a small business owner, wrote to me yesterday on Facebook, and this is what he said. I kept my company afloat for a long time, but the tax changes will force me to liquidate my equipment and shut down. The Liberal vision is a way of helping big companies and kill off the small ones. That's the truth, Mr. Speaker. It's not by taxing small companies more that the government will help Joseph or families across Canada. Will the minister back off on from his unfair tax reform? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that we now have a system that encourages rich people to have corporations so that they can have a lower tax rate than that of the middle class. That is the truth. That is the situation. We want to be sure that our system is fair. We have listened to small business owners to ensure that the system will continue working for them so that they can continue to make investments in their businesses. That's very important, and we're here to listen.
Député d'Outre.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister left the door open to joining American ballistic missile defense just 1 month after saying the Liberals would not change their position against such a system. The system is dangerously unreliable, exorbitantly expensive, and it may well just spur a nuclear arms race. And just last week, the Canadian Deputy Commander of NORAD warned clearly the extant U.S. policy is not to defend Canada. So how has Trump convinced the Liberal government to keep this one on the table nonetheless?
The Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the security of Canadians and the defence of North America are of the utmost importance to the Canadian Armed Forces and to our government. Our new defence policy recognizes the growing threats of ballistic missiles and commits to continue to working actively with the United States and looking broadly at all threats to North America as we look at NORAD modernization, but the policy has not changed yet.
Député d'Outremont.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. I'm not sure I follow the government's logic, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals oppose the UN Treaty on Nuclear Disarmament, but they're leaving the door open to possibly participating in a system that is ineffective and dangerous and which will precipitate an arms race. Is this the Liberals' foreign policy? Accept the warmongering rhetoric of Donald Trump, who promised fire and fury, instead of participating in diplomatic efforts with more than 120 countries. What kind of a world do they want to live in, Mr. Speaker?
Honorable Minister des Transports.
Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, you can be sure that our goal is nuclear disarmament, and we are working hard to attain that objective with concrete measures. For the first time in 2016, Canada brought together 159 countries to sign the Treaty on the Dissolution of Fissile Materials, and that included both nuclear and non-nuclear country signatories. That's a concrete step that we're taking toward disarmament.
Liberals.
Order. I wasn't hearing the member. I've asked him to start over. The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, New Democrats have fought for tax fairness for generations, so we welcome Liberals to the conversation with open arms. Yet in typical Liberal fashion, they've somehow managed to screw up the consultation and decided to focus only on small business. New Democrats are calling on the government to extend and expand this review to get it right. Billions in tax havens, hundreds of millions of dollars in CO stock options. No wonder small businesses don't trust Liberals when it comes to their affairs. The finance minister is going after all the minnows, but he keeps throwing back the whales. So will Liberals get serious about going after tax cheats, even if it might hurt some of their wealthy and well-connected friends?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government said during the last election campaign that we would attack the problem of tax evasion. In our last two budgets, we invested more than $1 billion, which allowed us to get back $13 billion, Mr. Speaker. We've started the work and we're going to continue it, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, if they were serious about tax fairness, they would have respected their promise to close loopholes for CEOs, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure you've all heard fishing stories. Well, I have a strange one for you. Normally, if you're fishing, you throw back the little fish and you keep the big ones. But the finance minister, strangely, is doing the opposite. He's throwing back the big fish and just keeping the little ones. Why are the Liberals targeting just small businesses? And they're not going after their Bay Street friends and big CEOs. The Honourable Finance Minister. As I said, we don't want to have a system that encourages the richest to have corporations so that they will have a lower tax rate than the middle class. But listen, what we did over the last 2 years is we reduced taxes for the middle class. We taxed the 1% more. We added the Canada Child Benefit. We added $1 billion for the CRA to close loopholes. And these are measures that aligned with the NDP. Now we want to continue with a fair system.
Carlton.
The finance minister wants to double tax the investment income of small businesses for a total of 73%. But public corporations, those trading on the stock market, are exempt from this new double tax, so they will keep paying the current lower 55% on their passive investment income. How is it fair for the pizza shop owner to pay a higher tax rate than will pay the millionaire owners of public companies like, say, Morneau Chappelle?
Order. I remind colleagues that they're not to do indirectly what they can't do directly, so close to the line. It's close to the order. Order. So we're coming close to the line here. I said order. The Honourable Minister. Order. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, again, what we're talking about here is a system that encourages wealthy individuals to arrange their taxes in an incorporated way so they can pay a lower rate of tax than middle-class Canadians. That's what we're trying to get after here. We are working hard to make sure that we listen to Canadians, to understand the concerns of those people that are looking at this measure and how it might affect them. But we want to be absolutely clear. Our goal is to have a system that is fair, one that makes sure that we don't encourage the wealthy to have a lower tax rate than the middle class.
Member for Carleton.
Actually, that's precisely the system they are now creating. In fact, while the finance minister and the prime minister have gone around accusing our mechanics, our farmers, and pizza shop owners of playing games to avoid paying their fair share of taxes, in fact, they're imposing a much higher tax rate on those small business owners than is paid by the owners of much bigger companies on Bay Street. If a 73% tax rate is so fair, then why is he only applying it to the little guys on Main Street and none of his big friends on Bay Street?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we want to make sure we don't have a system that encourages the wealthy to take up an approach that's going to make sure they have a lower tax rate than the middle class. We're going to stay on top of this. So we are making sure that misinformation and inaccurate facts are dealt with. We're going to listen to Canadians, clarify what we're trying to achieve, to make sure that everyone knows that we're going to end up with a tax system that's more fair. That's our goal, and we're going to stick with that.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Let's talk about fairness. The Finance Minister's proposal aims to tax small businesses' investment income at a rate of 73%. That means that in my riding, there's a businesswoman named Deanne who owns a garage, who's going to be paying 73%, while the big bankers and those who own big companies like Morneau Chapelle, well, they won't be paying the same. Can the minister say that that is fair, that a small business owner pays 73% but not billionaires? Honourable Minister of Finance.
We want to make sure that we have a system that's fair. We want to make sure that wealthy Canadians can't choose an approach that's going to allow them to have a lower tax rate than other Canadians. We also want to make sure that small business owners have the ability to invest actively in their business, because we are seeking to ensure that our economy can continue to grow. We're going to listen to people to make sure we get this right. But again, we're going to follow through with measures that will ensure that all Canadians can see that our system works for our country.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, if we want things to be fair, then small business owners shouldn't be overly penalized by this government, which is greedy when it comes to taking small businesses' money. Once again, in my riding, there's a businesswoman named Manon who owns a restaurant not too far from where I live, and she's going to have to be paying 73%, while Bay Street billionaires like Morneau Chapelle, well, they don't pay 73%. Does the minister think that's fair? The Honourable Minister.
As we know, there are situations in our country where wealthy Canadians can find a way to incorporate so they can pay a lower rate of tax than middle-class Canadians. We know that that's not appropriate. I am happy to continue to talk with Canadians, to listen to them. Over the course of the next week, I'll be having a teletown hall with Canadians so they can talk to me and give me a sense of their concerns and their issues. People will have questions. We're looking forward to listening, but we will move forward to make sure that this system is fair, that it works for small businesses and for all Canadians.
Member for Milton, order.
Mr. Speaker, the last 2 weeks I've spoken to Canadians in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Newfoundland and Labrador and Prince Edward Island, and they've shared with me the stories about how they're going to be impacted by these tax changes. Now, Mr. Speaker, I met Andrew, who is an apple farmer in New Brunswick, and he explained to me that his problem is this, that he will at some point in time, because of this impact, choose between his employees and his families. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that under the minister's plan, Andrew being in a case where he has to think about one or the other is very fair. And I want to know why the finance minister is forcing Andrew to pay a 73% tax that not even millionaire owners of Morneau
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, we are looking towards a system that does not encourage wealthy Canadians to incorporate, so they have a lower tax rate than middle-class Canadians. What we're trying to make sure is that people can invest in their business over the long term. That's our goal. We're certainly listening to people across the country to make sure that they will continue to invest in business, to create jobs, and to ensure that we have a healthy economy for this generation and the next. But the next generation, like this generation, deserves a fair tax system.
Honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in one ear and out the other. That's what kind of listening we're having there. CFIB released figures showing that 2/3 of Canadians, small and local businesses, make less than $73,000 a year, Mr. Speaker. 2/3 of Canadians. Now, this just in. Interestingly enough, yesterday, Mr. Speaker, Morneau Chappelle declared a cash dividend to shareholders. Now, I'm wondering, why is the finance minister forcing small businesses to pay a 73% tax when even the millionaire owners and shareholders of Morneau Chappelle will not have that on their dividend?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, again, what we believe is important.
Order. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Order. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, again, we want to make sure that our system is fair. We want to make sure that it doesn't encourage people to incorporate wealthy Canadians so they have a lower tax rate than middle-class Canadians. We also want to make sure that we don't have a situation where some people that are, frankly, very well compensated pay a lower tax rate than others. The members opposite may be comfortable with that because that's a system that they were in before this government came into power. But we know that a fair system requires all Canadians to find themselves in a situation where they can actually have opportunities that should be available to all Canadians.
Honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is the most sued country in the world under investor-state dispute settlement provisions in NAFTA's Chapter 11, allowing companies to sue governments over anything they believe has reduced their profits. The threat of Chapter 11 challenges has had a chilling effect on government action and eroded our democracy. Numerous stakeholders insist Chapter 11 should be removed. And today, an ECOS poll reported that 63% of Canadians agree. Our trade deals cannot put profits before people. Will the minister finally listen to Canadians and eliminate Chapter 11?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Canada-U.S. Relations.
Mr. Speaker, Canada welcomes the modernization of NAFTA in support of our middle class and those working hard to join it. Our objectives for a modernized NAFTA include reforming the investor-state
Members seem to be enjoying question period today. Let's have a little order. 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 The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our objectives for modernized NAFTA include reforming the investor-state dispute settlement, Chapter 11. And we want to make sure that we have the government's right, an unassailable right, to regulate in the public interest. We will always stand up for our national economic interests and for Canadian values, and Chapter 11 is very much under discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the investment program for dairy farmers has, not surprisingly, been an abject failure. Without sufficient funding, many dairy farmers have hit a wall and now won't have access to the compensation they deserve. Absurdly, in less than a week, the program already allocated $125 million out of a total of $250 million, while the losses are estimated at least $750 million. CETA comes into force tomorrow, and dairy farmers will have to start investing now. Does the Minister of Agriculture plan on adding more funding to the program to support our farmers? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Merci, Mr. President, and I can assure my honourable colleague that this government has and will continue to support the supply management system. And it was quite clear when we invested $350 million in the dairy side of the supply management sector, making sure that $250 million went to innovation with the farms themselves and the $100 million in the processing sector. We have and will continue, and other dollars are available. The supply management system is safe and well in this country, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Wildwood Transport is a trucking company in my riding that employs 55 Manitobans. Ryan, who's the owner of Wildwood Transport, has told me that the finance minister's tax increases is going to have a drastic effect on him and his employees. What Ryan doesn't understand is this. Why is the finance minister forcing him to pay 73% tax that not even the millionaire owners of his own family-owned company, Morneau Chappelle, has to pay? How is that fair?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we are working towards ensuring that our tax system is fair. We want to make sure that there's not an encouragement for wealthy Canadians to incorporate, so they pay a lower rate of tax than middle-class Canadians. We know that Canadians see that as fair. We're going to work towards ensuring as well that entrepreneurs like Ryan are ensured that they can continue to actively invest in their business, to create jobs, to help keep our economy, which is growing very well, healthy over the long term. They need a fair tax system, they need encouragement to invest, and that's what we're working on achieving.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the finance minister has got his head in the sand because jobs that are created by Ryan and this company are going to be driven into the ground under the tax increases by this minister. Mr. Speaker, we ask again, how is it fair that someone like Ryan and a company like this is going to have to pay 73% when millionaire owners of companies like Morneau Chappelle won't have to? How is that fair?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we know that having a system that's fair is critically important. We know that a system that favors the wealthy over the middle class just doesn't work. We know that the members opposite were happy to have a system where the wealthiest might have had a lower tax rate than the middle class. We're not comfortable with that. We want to move forward with measures that will encourage investment, but make sure that our tax system is fair. We want to ensure that wealthy Canadians don't have an encouragement to have a lower tax rate than the middle class, and we'll follow through with that goal.
Order. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister is proposing to tax the investment income of small business owners at a rate of 73%. That means that Boyd Yamamoto, the owner of Sardis Health Foods in Chilliwack, will now be punished after years of hard work for setting aside money for his retirement. Why is the Finance Minister forcing Boyd to pay a 73% tax that not even the millionaire owners of Morneau Chappelle will have to pay? How is that fair?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, having a system that encourages the wealthiest among us to incorporate.
Order. Order. I'm sure that most members would agree that they would defend the rights of others to speak, even though they disagree. So I would ask them to respect that right as a fundamental principle of democracy. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians expect us to put in place a system that's fair. We know that they've seen a system that over the years has encouraged the wealthiest to incorporate to get a lower tax rate than the middle class. That's not something we want to have as a continuing situation in our tax system. We know that we have to have two objectives met. We want to have a system that encourages people to invest in their active business. We want to have a system that's fair for this generation and future generations. That's what we're working towards.
It appears the honourable member for Brantford Brant did not hear me, and I would ask him to not be blurting things out when someone else has the floor, and he does not, and he knows that's not permitted in the rules. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, Kelly Langill owns a heating and air conditioning business in Chilliwack. He works hard, creates good jobs within my community, and hopes to share his success with his children and save for his own retirement. The Finance Minister's tax changes will harm his business and his family. Kelly says, I will now have to reevaluate my ability to save not only for my retirement, but to keep my business running. Why is the Finance Minister forcing Kelly to pay 73% tax that not even millionaire owners of companies like Morneau Chappelle have to pay, and how is that fair?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
What we know with our current system is that it does encourage wealthy Canadians to incorporate so they can have a lower tax rate than middle-class Canadians. What we also know is important is that we need to continue to listen to Canadians to make sure that as we put these measures in place, that they'll continue to be incented to make investments in their business. We want to achieve that at the same time as making sure that our system is fair. We know that those two goals can both be achieved, and that's why we're out listening to Canadians to make sure that we actually achieve them.
The honourable member for Laurier St. Marie. Mr. Speaker, there are serious allegations that the weapons used by Saudi Arabia against civilians were Canadian weapons.
Affairs launched an investigation and promised that she would take action if it was confirmed. But later, the Saudi ambassador to Canada himself confirmed the allegations. So when can we expect the results from the minister's investigation, and what actions will she take now that the allegations have been confirmed by the Saudis themselves?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The members should know that we are absolutely committed to the defence of human rights at home and abroad. We deplore human rights abuses everywhere around the world. Canada expects the end user of any and all exports to abide by the end-use terms in issued export permits. The Minister has asked for a review of the situation, and officials have been actively seeking further information on the allegations. I can confirm that no new export permits have been issued for vehicles to Saudi Arabia. We have expressed our concerns to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its security operations that they respect international human rights law.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, talking about all talk and no action, the finance minister didn't put a penny in the budget to fix cases of mistaken identity on the no-fly list. His caucus members, including members, called on the minister to correct this situation. People have had to cancel family trips, and business people are seeing their time wasted.
Keep its promise and implement and fully fund a proper redress system for the no-fly list, and once and for all end this victimization of children and business people.
The Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the design flaws in the no-fly program stretch back many years. It was designed in a way which required people who were inadvertently red flagged to present themselves at the counter to be cleared manually. That is a very bad system, Mr. Speaker. We are determined to fix it, and I would point out to the honourable gentleman that in Bill C-59, he will find the beginning of the legislative changes that are necessary to fix it.
The member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, my riding of New Brunswick Southwest is home to some of the largest exports of seafood in Canada, including lobsters, scallops, salmon, herring, sardines, and so much more. I know so many of the businesses are excited about the opportunities with CETA. Could the Minister of International Trade please update this House on what CETA will mean for the businesses and the implementation process? Thank you.
I'd like to thank the member from New Brunswick Southwest. That is the questions that all Canadians have been waiting for, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, the free trade agreement between Canada and Europe will come into force. Hear, hear. It will open a market of 510 million consumers for businesses across Canada. I invite all members of this House to make a difference in the lives of farmers, fishermen, businesses, small businesses. Use the agreement. This is a great day for Canada, and invite all members to join in that.
Honourable member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I had an opportunity to chat with Terry, a grain farmer from my riding, after his conversation with the Finance Minister about Liberal tax changes. The Minister said nothing to alleviate Terry's concerns for his livelihood. These changes mean that Terry's retirement is in jeopardy. Why is the Finance Minister forcing Terry, an independent grain farmer from Nipawin, Saskatchewan, to pay a 73% tax that not even millionaire owners of Renault Chappelle will have to pay? How? How is that fair?
Across the country, we want to make sure their tax system is fair. We know that they don't want a system that encourages just the wealthiest to incorporate, to have a private company so that they can actually pay a lower rate of tax than middle-class Canadians. I was pleased to speak to Terry, as I'll be pleased to speak to Canadians who will come on our teleconference later this week, in order to hear their questions and ensure that we are listening to what these changes will mean for them. Our goal, again, is tax fairness. We want to make sure that people like Terry and others can continue to invest. Those two goals, we believe, can be met together.
Honourable Member Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, Daryl and Kathy hope to have their son Jackson take over the family farm someday. They told me how their rainy day fund saved them when their combine broke in the middle of harvest. The finance minister's tax grab would have made that impossible. Meanwhile, multi-million-dollar companies traded on the stock market are exempt. Why is the finance minister forcing Daryl and Kathy to pay a 73% tax that not even the millionaire owners of Morneau Chappelle have to pay? How is that fair?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Finance. Order.
Mr. Speaker, a tax system that favors the wealthy over the middle class isn't one that we see as fair. We want to make sure that as we move forward to have a fairer tax system, that it really does continue to enable farm families, fishers, people across the country to be successful. We're listening to people across the country to make sure that there aren't unintended consequences. Clearly what we're after is making sure that the wealthiest Canadians don't have an advantage to have a lower tax rate than middle-class Canadians. We'll continue with those goals while we listen to farmers, while we listen to people across the country about their...
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal tax changes will affect hard-working Canadians like Alison and her husband, who, despite the downturn in Alberta, have gotten up, dusted themselves off, and started again. Alison's husband lost his job, and she was a stay-at-home mom of 4 kids who substitute taught, but then she suffered a stroke and couldn't work. And despite all of this, they carried on and they started a small business. And these new Liberal tax changes will devastate that dream. So why is the Finance Minister forcing Alison to pay a 73% tax that not even millionaire owners of Morneau Chappelle will have to pay? Maybe he can try answering now. How is that fair?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have the opportunity again to say that what we want is a tax system that is fair. We want a tax system that doesn't encourage the wealthiest to incorporate so they can have a lower tax rate than middle-class Canadians. That's what we're working towards. We're going to listen to small business owners, to people across the country, because we want to correct the misinformation that's out there suggesting that they'll be in a worse-off situation. We want to make sure that wealthy Canadians don't have advantages not available to the middle class, while encouraging people to continue to invest in our economy, an investment that's going well, as we can see with the growth in our economy right now.
Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister is proposing to slap a 73% tax on small business owners' investment income. That means that Eric Boisvert's company, Impression Stratégique in Beauport, in my riding, has a dismal outlook because of this government, not to mention the fact that these Liberal tax hikes could lead to wage cuts and even job losses at the company. Why is the Finance Minister forcing Eric Boisvert to pay a 73% tax that not even the millionaire owners of Morneau Chappelle have to pay? Mr. Speaker, how is that fair? The Honourable Finance Minister.
The notion of what's fair. We don't want a system that encourages the wealthiest to incorporate so they pay a lower tax rate than the middle class. That, we think, is not fair. The fact that the members opposite believe that it's fair for the wealthiest to pay a lower tax rate than the middle class is something that we don't understand. So we're going to move forward with a system that encourages people to invest in business, but a system that allows all Canadians to have opportunities with a fair tax system.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Canadians knew that Trump's anti-immigrant policies would create a climate of fear in the U.S. In August alone, over 5,000 asylum seekers crossed into Quebec, and it doubled in BC. NGOs are left grappling with this without any additional resources. At committee, Liberal MPs have shut down debate on this issue not once, not twice, but 4 times. Will the government finally agree to work with all sides of the House to develop a comprehensive and humanitarian approach to this critical situation?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Very happy that the member opposite has asked me that question, because it gives me a chance to highlight some of the actions we've taken to deal with this unusual situation. We've mobilized the Government Operations Centre to mobilize and coordinate actions across government. we've been able to work seamlessly with the provinces of Quebec and Ontario under the federal task force. We have processed and increased the capacity of IRCC office in Montreal in order to be able to improve the processing of asylum seekers and their claims from months to days. We have fast-tracked the processing of work permits in order to minimize the reliance on social assistance and provincial social programs. Throughout this process, it is evidence that we have planning. It shows early mobilization and seamless.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, 14 people living in a two-bedroom with mouldy walls is a reality for too many on-reserve households. And for those who decide to leave, well, they face exclusion, discrimination, and homelessness. The Prime Minister's been all talk for 2 years. It's time for some action. Will the Minister partner with Indigenous people on a targeted strategy and immediate funding to address the growing Indigenous housing crisis? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to rise in this House as Canada's very first Minister for Indigenous Services. I heartily agree with the member opposite that for too long, Indigenous peoples in this country have lived in substandard conditions. That's why our government has made such significant investments, and already 6,500 homes have been built or are under construction. We will continue to work with our partners in First Nations, Inuit and Métis peoples of this country to make sure people all have a good quality of life.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, in full harvest season, the Finance Minister is proposing to slap a 73% on small business owners' investment income. Eric and his two partners, who are family members, farmers in St. Christine in the riding of Shefford, will lose all hope of turning their farm over to their 6 kids and having a decent retirement. Why is the Finance Minister forcing Eric to pay a 73% tax that not even the millionaire owners of Morneau-Chapelle have to pay? How can he claim that's fair? The Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, what we want, what all Canadians want, is a fair system. A system where there's no encouragement for the wealthy to incorporate, to pay lower taxes than the middle class. We agree with them. We are listening to farmers all across the country. We will listen to make sure that our measures don't change their situation. That's very important. Our goal is clear, to have a fair system.
Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, John owns Fingercats Welding in my riding. He's an employer in a small rural community who has fought hard to keep his business afloat despite the energy downturn. And now the Finance Minister wants to take more money out of his pocket with these punitive tax changes. This is going to force him to lay off staff and certainly inhibit the ability for him to grow his business. Why is the Finance Minister forcing John to pay a 73% tax hike when millionaire owners of companies like Morneau-Chapelle do not have to pay it? I would like him to tell rural Canadians, how is that fair?
Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I know that rural Canadians and all Canadians want to have a system where we don't encourage the richest to incorporate so they pay a lower tax rate than middle-class Canadians. That's really important. For business owners, for people across the country who are trying to invest in their business, we encourage that activity. At the same time, we want to make sure that we're not encouraging others to incorporate just for a lower tax rate than those business owners or middle-class Canadians. That's what we're working towards. We'll listen to make sure we get it right.
Order. The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant is still having difficulty controlling himself. Perhaps he'd like to step outside for the rest of the day and take a little exit and a little break because he can't stay calm. I invite him to do that. The Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
Kelly Beaumang, who owns Lions Transmission Centre and employs 7 people in Brandon, Manitoba, is being forced to pay a massive tax increase because of this Finance Minister's punitive tax increases, his package, Mr. Speaker. Why is this Finance Minister forcing Kelly to have to pay these huge, massive taxes that not even his millionaire owners of Morneau-Chapelle have to pay? How is this fair?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, a tax system that encourages the wealthy to incorporate to pay a lower tax rate to the middle class isn't a tax system that's fair. What we want to be clear is that we want to encourage investment in small business. That's why we plan on keeping small business tax rates low, the lowest in G7 countries. That's our goal. So what we're going to do is make sure the system does not encourage wealthy people to have a lower tax rate than the middle class. At the same time, encourage small businesses to invest in their business so that we can grow our economy.
The honourable member for Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, Quebec's largest industrial and scientific park is located in my riding of Saint Laurent. It houses some 4,500 businesses, including 100 innovative tech companies on the Saint Laurent campus of Montreal's Technopark, and employs over 105,000 people. Can the Minister of International Trade tell the House how the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union, the CETA, could benefit established companies and startups in my riding and the rest of Canada? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. I'd like to thank the member for Saint Laurent for her question. That is the question Canadians have been waiting for. Tomorrow, the free trade agreement between Canada and Europe enters into force and will open a market of over 510 million consumers for Canadian companies. I would encourage all members in the House to take advantage of the deal to make a difference in the lives of small businesses, families, workers, farmers, and fishers. This is a great day for Canada. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, shame and injustice. The finance minister is proposing to slap a 73% tax on small business owners' investment income. That means that the retirement plans of Mario, a pork producer in my riding, are seriously in doubt. Mr. Speaker, why is the finance minister forcing Mario to pay a 73% tax that not even the millionaire owners of Morneau Chapelle have to pay? How is that fair? It's shameful, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we do not want to have a system where the wealthiest Canadians can change their situation simply by incorporating in order to pay lower taxes, a lower rate than the middle class. That's unfair. What we want is a system where small and medium-sized businesses can invest with a very low tax rate, among the lowest in the G7, but at the same time, a system that is fair. That's our goal, and we are sure that it can be done. We can have a healthy economy for all Canadians at the same time.
Say so of a U.S. court, North Dakota is pushing ahead with 2 water diversion projects that could have terrible consequences for Lake Winnipeg. Foreign organisms could be transferred between independent watersheds, and increased nutrient loads could mean further problems with toxic algae. It was a platform commitment of the Liberals to protect Lake Winnipeg. The way to do that is to refer these projects to the International Joint Commission for Independent Review and Canadian Oversight. So now that the time for talk is over, Mr. Speaker, will the Liberals stand up for Lake Winnipeg and make that referral?
Honourable Comment, the Secretary for Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The health of Lake Winnipeg is a priority for the government, and it was reflected in the budget. There was $27.5 million that was allocated in the budget to protect Lake Winnipeg and its basin. In that regard, we are working with the relevant provinces in the basin and with the United States and the relevant states in order to ensure that we are protecting and enhancing the ecological status of the lake.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is World Alzheimer's Day, and almost every member in this chamber has been touched by Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia in some way or another. So have most Canadians. We all know that more needs to be done to help those struggling with dementia and those caring for them, as well as in research to understand and treat these diseases. As I congratulate the new Minister of Health on her appointment, can she update us on her department's work on this important issue?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Don Valley West for his question and for his work, along with the member for Niagara Falls on Bill C-233. This is a priority for our government and a priority of mine personally, as my mother lives with Lewy Body dementia. This is why we're continuing to contribute $42 million to Baycrest Health Science to support new research and development, testing and scale-up of products and services for brain health and aging. And last year, we launched the largest ever study in dementia in Canada. We will continue to work to improve the lives of those with Alzheimer's and their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Indigenous Services filed her public declaration of assets with the Ethics Commissioner on February 26, 2016. In that disclosure, the Minister said there is a compliance agreement permitting her to continue as President, Treasurer, Secretary, and Director of her professional corporation until August 3, 2016. Mr. Speaker, did the Minister recuse herself from any discussions involving these tax changes between November 4th, 2015 and August 3rd, 2016?
Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to respond to that question. I didn't hear all of the details of the question, but I'd be happy to speak to the member afterwards. I was not involved in the discussions related to the tax changes. I did have a medical professional corporation, and it was closed down. I made that decision on the day that I was elected, when I knew that I would not be practicing for some time to come.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Minister of Natural Resources. We know that since C38 in 2012, the National Energy Board, with no competence or experience in environmental assessment, is making a hash of the projects it reviews. 2 expert panels have now recommended that we take the National Energy Board out of environmental assessment. I think the National Energy Board may be nailing its own nails in its coffin with the recent approval of a Spectra natural gas pipeline against the advice of Environment Canada's Concern for Endangered Species. A similar mining project in the same region is getting different treatment through the Environmental Assessment Agency. Can the Minister confirm that we will get the National Energy Board out of environmental assessments once and for all?
Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, the government has spent the last number of months looking at modernization and reform of the National Energy Board. It's part of a coast-to-coast-to-coast set of conversations with Canadians, and I can assure her that when we come to this House later with legislation, it will embody those very principles that matter to her: Indigenous consultation, environmental stewardship, and responsible economic growth for Canada.
This will conclude question period for today. Tabling of documents. Allowed.
Order.
I encourage members to take their conversations out into the lobbies. I know this is an important moment for members to have conversations with members on the other side, with ministers and so forth, but We need to move along, and so I'd ask my colleagues to assist me by saying shh. Thank colleagues for their cooperation. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to take the time needed to table these documents on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs pursuant to Standing Order 32-2. I do have the honour to table in both official languages the treaties entitled Amendment to the Montreal Protocol on Substances that Deplete the Ozone Layer, adopted at Kigali on October 15th, 2016. Protocol to the 1979 Convention on Long-Range Transboundary Air Pollution to Abate Acidification, Eutrophication, and Ground-Level Ozone, adopted at Gothenburg on November 30th, 1999. An amendment to text of and annexes 2 to 9 to the 1999 Protocol to Abate Acidification, Eutrophication, and Ground-Level Ozone, and the addition of new annexes 10 and 11, adopted at Geneva on May 4th, 2012. An explanatory memorandum is included with each treaty. Merci beaucoup.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to table in both official languages a charter statement on Bill C-58, an act to amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills.
Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to present an online petition calling on the Government of Canada to secure future production levels at Unifor Local 88, GM Cami, and Ingersoll, where today workers are on strike over this very issue. The petition points out that GM announced in January 2017 that 625 workers would be laid off because of the current model Chevrolet Equinox production ending 1 year earlier than previously stated. It also states that for every auto job lost, the surrounding community loses 7, negatively affecting 4,375 jobs, and that Canada has seen 0 new auto factories over the last 5 years, while Mexico has had 9 new facilities. The undersigned of the petition demand that GM reverse their decision to build the next generation GMC Terrain in Mexico and bring that production back to GM Cami Ingersoll, maintaining production and staffing levels at 2016 numbers. And they also request that they engage stakeholders to develop an effective national auto strategy, including the integration of federal and provincial investment attraction, ensuring Canada's investment incentives are competitive and efficient, and reversing automotive trade deficit with all countries, including Mexico.
The Honourable Member for Rome-Missisquoi. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Me again on Lac Champlain. Now, during question period, we talked about Lake Winnipeg, but here we're talking about Lake Champlain. The water is green. You would not drink it, Mr. Speaker. It looks like pea soup. I want to congratulate the mayors because Jacques Landry, who presides over a committee which is called Action Lac Champlain, and as you know, we'll be holding a meeting on Saturday in the Saint-Armand region to discuss the state of the lake with our American friends. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank for his support the member for Saint-Jean, who is actively monitoring this. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by campers who stayed at Sportsman Park Tent and Trailer in Albin, Ontario, a place as close to heaven as you can come while still being alive in the riding of Nickel Belt. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that campgrounds with fewer than 5 full-time year-round employees will continue to be recognized and taxed as small businesses. Unlike having a chalet in the Laurentians or a villa in the south of France, Campground owners toil day and night ensuring clean running water, septic services, and everything necessary to keep guests safe and comfortable. These businesses are not tax avoidance schemes. Reinstate the small business tax credit for them and call off the tax grab on other small businesses.
Hear, hear. Member for Kootenai, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to present e-petition 927 with 1,432 signatures. And it's concerning the Old Growth Prairie and the Prairie Farm Rehabilitation Administration pastures, which under the Conservative government were being transferred to provinces and to the private sector. Now, these pastures are really important for meeting our UN Convention on Biodiversity, the Aichi Accord, the Paris Accord, the Migratory Bird Convention, as well as our National Biodiversity Strategy Pathways to Canada Target 1. And what the petitioners are asking for is that the Minister of Environment and Climate Change work with livestock producers, First Nations, Métis organizations, conservation organizations, and create a multi-use prairie conservation network on all former PFRA community pastures and protect the ecological well-being of this important ecosystem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table a petition with the House on behalf of my constituents in my riding of Niagara Centre, particularly in the city of Port Colborne. This petition has been duly certified and calls for hospice palliative care to be a defined medical service under the Canada Health Act, so that provincial and territorial governments will be entitled to funds under the Canada Health Transfer System to be used to provide accessible and available hospice palliative care for all residents of Canada in their respective provinces as well as their territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have an e-petition, number 935, signed by almost 1,000 constituents from across this country. And this particular petition asks the Government of Canada to support the NDP's motion M65 that calls on the federal government to work with the provinces to cover the full cost of prescribed contraceptives. Thank you, Speaker.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present two petitions. The first from residents within my riding of Saanich Gulf Islands, calling the Government of Canada to withdraw Canadian troops from Iraq and Syria, to sign and ratify the UN Arms Trade Treaty and work towards lasting solutions for peace and stability globally. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, speaks to the issue of fossil fuel dependency. The representatives of the constituents from Salt Spring Island, Pender Island, throughout Saanich Gulf Islands, call on the government to work to achieve the goals as set out in the LEAP manifesto, working to transition off fossil fuels.
Honourable Member, Deputy Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two series of petitions to table from citizens in my riding of Drummond. The first calls on the Government of Canada to fight against tax havens and tax avoidance. For example, the Liberal government could keep its promise to close loopholes for stock options, which benefit millionaires and big CEOs of big companies. So that would be a way to fight against tax evasion that the citizens of Drummond would like to see. Now, I have another series of petitions, and I have many like this, which I will take to be validated later. But there are students in my riding asking the Liberal government to cancel the sale of weapons to Saudi Arabia and to other countries that don't respect human rights. You know, Mr. Speaker, we learned this week that weapons being sold by Canada to Saudi Arabia are being used against civilians. This is very shocking, and that's why the citizens of Drummond have signed this petition, and I will be tabling similar petitions in coming weeks because this is something that really shocks my constituents. Thank you.
Lady Smith.
To solve the long-standing problem of abandoned vessels on all three of Canada's coasts, I've proposed legislation bill C-352 calling on the federal government to legislate a solution to this long-standing problem. Petitioners that I'm bringing to the attention of the House today from Gabriola Island, Vancouver, Cowichan Bay, Duncan, Nanaimo, Ladysmith and Chemainus all urge the government to work together with provinces and local coastal communities to, first of all, identify the Coast Guard as the point of first responsibility in responding to abandoned vessels so that they will not create oil spills and threaten maritime jobs and maritime economy. Also calling for innovative solutions around recycling and product stewardship that would create salvage markets for these problem vessels. Thank you.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It occurs to me that as we've come back at the end of the summer, and it's certainly, I just want to remind other members and ask for your guidance in how we handle it. A number of presenters of petitions have used it as a launching place for a mini speech. And I know that our rules tell us that we are to present the petitions in summary form, not read them, and not be an advocate for them. So it occurs to me that that may be an issue of concern. I certainly lamented that Arnold Chan's wonderful words to us didn't last till today's question period, but that's a point of order for another time.
I thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for a point of order, and she's quite right. I would encourage members to provide a summary of petitions they present, and of course they know not to provide any editorial comment on those petitions. Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. Notices of motion for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills. Senate resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill S2, Strengthening Motor Vehicle Safety for Canadians Act.
This is resuming debate. When this was last debated, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock had just spoken, and there was 1 minute remaining in questions and comments after his speech. Questions and comments? Seeing none, we'll carry on. Debate.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Speaker. Today I'll be speaking about Bill S2, an act to amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act, otherwise known as the Strengthening Motor Vehicle Safety for Canadians Act. The safety of Canadians is of high importance to this government, and this bill will help further ensure Canadians can enjoy peace of mind while driving on our roads. The rapid development of automated and connected technologies for light-duty vehicles is of great interest to this government. And indeed, this summer I had the pleasure of attending the conference of governors, U.S. governors in Rhode Island, where we were treated to a talk by Elon Musk, the owner of Tesla, about the advent of fully autonomous vehicles, ones that can fully drive themselves without the aid of a driver. He predicts, indeed, that this type of vehicle will replace human-operated cars in the next 15 years, so enjoy your cars while you can. Prototypes of some of these vehicles are already undergoing on-road testing in the U.S., and this exciting area of vehicle technology development can be seen as both a safety benefit and an economic innovation opportunity. Shifts in the global technology landscape are placing a growing reliance on vehicle safety innovation while transforming business practices and consumer demands. These emerging and disruptive technologies offer promising opportunities for economic, safety, and environmental benefits, as well as a number of regulatory challenges. The challenge is that the pace of change associated with these technologies and how they are transforming the motor vehicle sector is rapidly increasing while the regulatory process remains unchanged. Mr. Speaker, new technologies offer promising opportunities for improving road transportation, including the environmental impact of vehicles. However, these technologies can be challenging in terms of safety oversight. Much of the technological safety of a vehicle cannot be seen by the naked eye. From the outside, two vehicles may look the same, but many of the safety elements are internal to the structure or operating system of the vehicle. Safety standards include those related to crash worthiness and crash avoidance. Crash worthiness, or how to survive once you're in a collision, standards include those related to front and side impact. As we shift to new technologies and building materials, we need to ensure that this survivability is not compromised. Personally, I prefer the second element of crash avoidance. These crash avoidance technologies allow drivers to detect and avoid collisions. One example of such a technology is electronic stability control, which has been mandated on new vehicles since 2011. For this type of technology, we need to ensure that the promises made by developers are accurate, as consumers will be relying on these technologies. The speed and scope at which new technologies are being developed and implemented is challenging the status quo and is testing government's ability to respond in a timely manner. Canadian industry and businesses need to understand, adopt, and deploy new innovations and business models to stay competitive and better position Canada for success in leveraging the full potential of emerging and disruptive technologies. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to hear some of the debate on S2, and many of the issues that are involved in S2 have already been discussed in full, including the Auditor General's report from 2016, report number 4, which my honourable friend and the Chair of Public Accounts, the member from Battle River Crowfoot, discussed yesterday at length. So I will be limiting my time today to the regulatory issues that are involved in S2. So motor vehicle technologies and how they are regulated, this is what I want to focus on here today. The legislation needs to be flexible and adaptive to promote Canadian leadership and to give Canadians access to these new technologies as quickly as practically possible. The regulations are aimed at keeping Canadians safe, but they cannot be so rigid that they delay the introduction of new vehicle safety technologies or fuel systems. So there's a balance to be struck there. Mr. Speaker, these proposed improvements to the Motor Vehicle Safety Act have been developed to address these and a number of other important challenges. Currently, the Motor Vehicle Safety Act includes a provision for interim orders. An interim order allows Canadian regulation that corresponds to a foreign regulation to be suspended or modified if there is a change by that foreign government. Currently, interim orders can only suspend or modify a Canadian regulation for 1 year, which does not reflect that some regulations could take longer to develop, particularly if they deal with a very technical subject matter. As such, Bill S2 proposes to extend the period of an interim order to 3 years to reflect the typical length of time required to complete the full regulatory process for such a technical requirement. The bill also introduces suspension orders, which allow for the suspension or modification of existing Canadian regulations. For this type of order, a foreign government's enactment or regulation is not required. In this way, Canada has a tool to lead the way in regulatory development to address new and emerging technologies. This process permits the Minister of Transport to allow newer technology solutions, when appropriate, to take effect more quickly. The order would be in place for up to 3 years. Mr. Speaker, both of these tools will increase the flexibility of the Motor Vehicle Safety Act to address an ever-changing landscape related to the automotive industry. These orders will be published and will apply to all manufacturers equally in order to provide a level playing field. Another tool that is currently available in the Motor Vehicle Safety Act is an exemption order. These orders allow the minister to exempt a model of vehicle from a regulation. Currently, exemption orders are only valid for 1 year and require approval from the Governor and Council. An exemption is requested by the regulated body, and it is up to that entity to demonstrate that safety is not negatively affected. An example of this type of request would be if a manufacturer applied to, say, not meet a rear view mirror regulation in order to install instead a rear view camera that performed the same function or improved on the existing function. As these requests are very technical in nature under these proposed changes, the minister would be given the power to decide, based on the best evidence, and I would think common sense, whether it is in the interest of safety to grant the exemption. The duration of the exemption would apply for 3 years to allow sufficient time to determine what technical regulatory requirements would be appropriate and to allow time for the manufacturer to implement and use the proposed technology. The exemption would only apply on that model of vehicle, but the exemption would be made public. Again, this is very important, allowing other manufacturers to be knowledgeable about options for advancing their own technologies. In summary, Madam Speaker, excusez-moi, the automotive industry is changing very rapidly, and vehicle technologies are making vehicles safer and more fuel efficient. However, these changes are challenging our regulatory capacity to assess and apply them in the Canadian context in a timely fashion. This Act includes a number of tools to allow adoption of regulations already available in another country and the ability to create new short-term regulatory changes in advance of the full regulation being available. Madam Speaker, this represents a new regulatory process for Canada for the next century and will increase safety and fuel efficiency on our roads and help Canada be an important player for the next generation of automobile innovation. Madam Speaker, I neglected at the top of my time to say that I would be sharing my time, and I'm sorry to say I do not know who I will be sharing it with, but if there is another speaker, I will be sharing that time. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, with whom I've already sat together on committee, whether, well, we've already approved the bill to this point, and so I have some questions that I will be raising in greater depth when I give my speech. But for now, I'd like to ask my colleague, does she not believe that this bill gives perhaps a bit too much discretionary power to the Minister of Transport? Thank you.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from across the way as well, because I remember when we had the discussion in committee about the problems with the Department of Transport Canada, particularly when it came to the implementation of the regulations. There had been some quite rapid changes. Now, we know that the automobile industry never stopped innovating, but in recent years, that innovation has been happening at a rate that outpaces the ability of the Transport Department's ability to keep up. Now, between 2010 and 2016, which is a fairly significant period of time, there was a report done. And it was noted that when there were changes in the US or in Europe, for example, it took a lot of time, I would say too much time, for Canada's Department of Transport to deal with those changes. Now, the department explained the reasons for that, but if in Europe or in the US, if they felt that it was important to have certain regulations, well, we use the same vehicles, and it's important that we act more quickly so that we can ensure the public safety of Canadians by giving that power to the minister. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Beauport de Beaupré, l'Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for her speech. I have a few questions to ask her. Given that there were changes made by the Senate to this bill, and I mean, I also think that a lot of power is being given to the Minister of Transport. Well, I'd like to ask my colleague, Madam Speaker, whether she doesn't think that too much power is being given to the minister. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd also like to thank my colleague across the way. Well, as far as the amendments made by the Senate are concerned, it's clear that they have to do with the terms of the contract between suppliers and manufacturers. So this is an attempt, perhaps a well-intentioned attempt, to solve a problem within the industry. So if there are safety problems with vehicles that have already been delivered to the dealership, then they wouldn't be given a fine. But that is really external to this bill, which focuses on the safety of Canadians. And that's something that the government cares about as well. So it's logical that it would be the Minister of Transport who would have that responsibility.
Prise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, I'd like to elaborate on my thinking on this bill, what I said earlier about this bill. So, as a member, I have to discuss all kinds of issues. I may not be an expert on all of them. I should point out that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Mégantic-l'Érable, which is beautiful riding, which I've frequently visited, most recently a couple of years ago. And I've been able to observe that there's a lot of construction going on in Mégantic, so Mégantic is picking itself up and rebuilding, and so that's great. So I'm here to talk about S2, which is a Senate bill, the purpose of which is to amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act and to give the minister more powers to require car manufacturers to fix problems with vehicles. So this is good news for consumers, and I'd like to remind everyone that we are the ones, we Conservatives, tabled this bill first in 2015, but it didn't get passed before the elections were triggered. A very long election campaign of 78 days, as you'll recall, Madam Speaker. So this bill gives the transport minister the power to fine car companies daily. They can even impose daily fines, and there are powers to inspect to ensure that manufacturers are complying with the law. It also provides for the minister to be able to grant exemptions in certain cases, and it increases the number of notices that manufacturers have to provide car owners. This bill is important, but I think what's important to recall here is that there's been no example of a car manufacturer who refused to issue a recall when one was necessary. When we tabled this bill, we wanted to make sure that consumers weren't the losers. We wanted to beef up protections for consumers and Canadians, but we didn't have a whole bunch of provisions that gave the minister far too much power and that made the situation too binding or too restrictive for manufacturers. So it's important to avoid a situation where the minister has too many or too great a collection of powers. I am now a father of two, and when I put my kids in their car seats, when you watch the news, you see there are car accidents, especially in the summertime. There are lots of car accidents caused by fatigue, stress, events beyond people's control, drugs, alcohol as well. There are all kinds of reasons for car accidents. So, of course, the government has a role to play in ensuring that the number of car accidents is limited to the greatest extent possible, including through making sure that there are no defective car parts that go unrepaired. So this is something that has concerned me as a father of young children. This is something that's of concern to everyone in the whole world, really. So I've been involved in 3 accidents when I was a kid with my parents, once because there was black ice, but one accident may have been due to manufacturing defect. I was living in New Brunswick near the Acadian Peninsula, and I think the car we were traveling in, we were very proud of it at the time. I don't think they make it anymore. It was brand new. It was red. We were going down a hill. My brother was about 15 or 16 at the time with my brother and my mother, and we were on the highway, and all of a sudden, the gas pedal got stuck to the bottom of the floor. It wouldn't come unstuck. It was pressed to the floor, and we were all in a panic. I say that with a bit of a grin because ultimately nothing happened. My brother was an engineer, and he was an engineering genius at that young age. And he said, "Mom, turn the engine off. Just turn it off, and we'll just roll until the car stops all by itself. And when we get slow enough, we can use the handbrake." This all happened in milliseconds, just in a few seconds. It happened very quickly. And later, when my parents went to see the mechanic, it cost a lot of money to repair, but this was in the early 90s. The question whether or not it was due to a manufacturing defect, we never really knew, but I just wanted to tell people, including my constituents, I'm sure there's lots of them watching right now. I just wanted to give an example from my own life experience with my family, where manufacturing defect, if it was, could have had very serious consequences for us. A few years ago, there were dozens of recalls of varying seriousness. I remember there was one, and I was even wondering if my Subaru Forester was subject to a recall, and it wasn't, so I was relieved. So car manufacturers have a responsibility. That's a growing responsibility in our globalized world. And why is that? Well, because in the world free trade market, which I ardently support, we have to make sure, and it's the manufacturer's responsibility on a global market, to make sure that vehicle parts, which come from all over the world, car parts, a car can be made up of parts manufactured in 10 different countries. And I don't think I'm exaggerating. It could be even more than 10 different countries. So in light of our global market, where car manufacturers use parts that are manufactured in multiple countries, the manufacturer has to recognize and keep in mind their social and corporate responsibility, their liability. They are responsible to their customers, their clients, wherever they may be in this case, in Canada. In that context, and against that backdrop of a global market, I think it's very important, thanks to this bill, there are limits set out and powers given to the Minister of Transport and the federal government so that the minister can proactively make sure that manufacturers, in this context of a marketplace that involves countries from all around the world, there has to be some monitoring, there has to be some control over the market and over the manufacturing of vehicles so that manufacturers never lose sight of the importance of ensuring that the product is ultimately safe, especially because we're talking about a product that it's one of the major leading causes of death in society, and we want to certainly diminish deaths due to defective product. So we're supporting this bill. It's referral to committee. But that said, there are some amendments that we might want to propose, and I'll tell you about a few of those. For example, Clause 10.61 could say the minister may, by order, require a company that applies a national safety mark to any vehicle or equipment, sells any vehicle or equipment to which a national safety mark has been applied. How much time do I have left, Madam Speaker? 34 seconds. Okay, the second amendment would be the following. Amend Clause 8.1, which reads, the minister may, by order, etc., and ensure that the minister doesn't have too much discretionary power. The minister must not be allowed to abuse his or her discretion. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to speak about motor and highway safety. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech and giving an example from his childhood about an issue about consumer safety and the issues that Canadians like his constituents, like my constituents, face, and very thankful that that situation resolved itself positively. I was wondering if my honourable colleague could speak to the amendments from the other place. Though well-intentioned, perhaps they are outside the scope, and perhaps he could expand on those issues and the amendments that were brought forward by the other place to this particular piece of legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Comments and question. I think the question is not whether if this side of the House support those amendments, yes or no. The question is a minister, will he and his colleagues at the committee, where the bill will go forward after this debate, will they support the amendments that we propose? Will they support the amendment proposed by the Senate? And if doing so, how will they pursue with this bill? Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Question ou... Oh, l'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I didn't want to miss this opportunity to ask my colleague a question. He elaborated on his personal driving experiences. Does he agree with me that this bill, which was originally presented by the previous government, unfortunately the time ran out on it, it wasn't ultimately passed, but this bill, does he agree that this will improve vehicle safety? Does he also agree that the government could have acted much more quickly instead of waiting until now to call this bill up for debate here in the House? The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Certainly, we can always move more swiftly to protect consumer safety. The House could have dealt with this much sooner. I think it's important, this bill, there's no real financial consequences, there's no extra cost involved, and it says the minister is going to do X, Y, and Z. Without giving the minister too much discretionary power, it is good. There needs to be extra pressure brought to bear on car manufacturers, and that stress, that pressure, will push manufacturers toward greater excellence, and that will be good for the safety of my children and all children in Canada.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Madam Speaker, this falls in the category of commentary. We've been debating Bill S2 now for a while. There's large degrees of agreement on all sides of the House that should go to committee. Members on all sides of the House have spoken in favour of it. It strikes me, and I'm not a member of any of the parties that can actually have House leaders discuss the business of this place, but I would like to think that after the toxic partisan shenanigans of last spring, that the leaders of the New Democratic Party, the official opposition, and the government benches will be working constructively. This is the sort of bill where we can speed up debate so the more contentious bills can be debated more thoroughly.
Il n'y a pas vraiment une question, mais...
That wasn't really a question, but if the member for Beauport-Limoilou would like to comment. Well, we're in the hands of the House leaders for that.
Any comments, questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. To my colleague, he obviously spoke about his support for sending this bill to committee to be looked at. That would kind of fall under the category of obviously consultation. I just wanted to see if he would maybe contrast what he would want to see happen there in terms of consultation on these kinds of issues with the kinds of consultation, what I would call a sham consultation, really, that we're seeing from the Liberals in terms of the small business tax changes they're proposing right now. That's done in the dead of summer and not giving really people an opportunity to actually have a say on these kinds of changes. Could he maybe contrast on that a little bit for us?
Une brève réponse, député.
Brief reply, the member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Sir, and my citizens, my constituents are extremely not happy. I don't find the right word, sorry, but just this morning, many of them contacted my office and they said, look, you have to ask questions about that. You have to put pressure on the government. You have to make so that they change their mind on this issue of tax reform. It's extremely bad for the wellness of the well-being, economically speaking, of our small and medium enterprises, and this party will do everything it has to do to stop them.
Resuming debate.
Honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
Now, a member for Mégantic-Lérable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent answer to my other colleague's question, and also for his speech, which, as we saw, was heavily based on his own personal experience. I'd also like to come back to a comment that was made previously by one of our colleagues here about moving swiftly. If we'd moved too swiftly, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to speak about what I want to speak about today, and that is my constituents. They've expressed their concerns about Bill S2, and I insist on sharing those comments with the House because it's rare for constituents to call us and ask us to suggest amendments to a bill, especially a Senate bill. So I think it's important for the House to be aware of what people back home think and what they've written. The people who've written to me are small and medium business owners, and I'll come back to this later in my speech, Madam Speaker.
And just by way of a reminder, because my colleague did touch on the issue, this is a bill that will amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act, and it will give the minister the power to order a recall on a vehicle. And I think that this is an absolutely essential part of the bill. At present, the bill limits the ability for Transport Canada to issue notices and to take action against manufacturers. The minister can also impose sanctions or penalties up to $200,000 a day based on the offense. However, Transport Canada will also be able to impose non-monetary sanctions. It can order a manufacturer to conduct tests, and the minister can offer an exemption if it will provide for the development of new technology. So I think that the driverless automobiles or vehicles enters into that category for the granting of exemptions. And I think it's important for this legislation to cover that off. Now, with respect to the notices for consumers, it also increases the ability for inspectors to demand information, and the minister can do what counterparts in the U.S. can do with this bill. So it's a bill that is a major bill, in fact. It will give the minister a great deal of power, a great deal of power. And why on this side of the House do we agree with this bill, Madam Speaker, which will place so much power in the hands of a minister? Well, it's quite straightforward, Madam Speaker, because it's a question of safety. And it's in cases like that the government and members of parliament have a significant role to play. Sometimes we have to give ministers certain powers and authority that go beyond what we would be accustomed to granting. Sometimes they go beyond what we would see a minister having in terms of a power, but it's when it's a case of security and all drivers, it's in fact about the safety of all people using the roads. Now, if there is a car that has a defect, it could be involved or cause an accident, could involving pedestrians or cyclists. So it's important to look into these issues. And as I said in my question earlier, I think that we could have moved even more quickly if this bill had been introduced in this place last spring. We could have accelerated the process, and this bill could have been sent to committee more quickly. Now, there is no sense of urgency if we look at the figures, because there hasn't been action taken since 93 by the department against manufacturers, and the industry is auto-regulating itself, self-regulating. However, having in fact seen the tragedy of Lake Megantic, I realized that sometimes we need to take a longer look at things, and we need to take preventative action. And I think that that's the message that we need to take into account here today when it comes to this bill, because this bill will help prevent disasters, small, large, and we can't hesitate to take all the steps necessary to protect people's safety. Now, there is an amendment with this bill when it comes to protecting dealerships. And since the start of the debate, I've heard a number of people on the government benches say, well, no, we shouldn't be interfering in these contractual obligations between dealerships and manufacturers. That's not our role. So they don't seem to be willing to support that amendment. But we have to think about the fact that this bill, if it's enacted, will lead to changes in the market, natural changes. And as a result, there are unintended consequences that may flow from these contracts. So we need to ensure that we have protection against for dealership owners. Now, if I think back to my riding, Julie, there's Martin, André from Tetford Mines, a number of dealership owners in these cities that I've just mentioned wrote and called for us to support the amendments. And allow me to read some excerpts from the letter that they sent in to me. Car dealerships in your riding and from across the country hope that you will be supporting the amendment throughout the legislative process. Your support for this bill as amended is important for the over 3,000 vehicle dealerships located in Canada. So 3,200 dealerships, small businesses in Canada, which are expecting us to do the right thing with this bill. Now, we can also discuss that at committee to listen to their concerns. The Government of Canada and the auto industry have worked for several years to harmonize our regulations with those of the United States, and regulatory harmonization between Canada and the U.S. Should be one of the primary objectives. Now that the government has authority over recalls, these issues must be dealt with fairly. Now, when we interfere in the market, we have to expect there to be consequences, and it's better to take preventative action than to take action afterwards. So when we see a situation where a recall will not have been done because they can't afford the costs. So this is another question of security. It's not about protecting the market. It's about protecting these dealerships. It's about protecting car owners whose vehicles are subject to recall to ensure that the recalls are done properly. And if we look at it that way, then it's not a matter of getting involved in a contract between a manufacturer and a dealership. It's about protecting drivers whose vehicles may be under a recall. And in those cases, the right parts will be used. We'll ensure that original and good quality parts are used and not substitutes because the dealership has to bear all of the costs and might substitute parts of a lesser quality. So those are the words of the people who wrote to me. And one of the sentences that struck me in the letter that I received is this: the relationship between a manufacturer and a dealership is not a partnership on an equal footing. This amendment will achieve better equity for all dealerships. So I think it's clear, and I'd like to thank Julie, Serge, and Martin for the letter that they sent in. And Madam Speaker, I think that it's important for us to take this issue to committee and to discuss it. I think I've got a few moments left. 1 minute? All right. Well, one of the words that struck me in this letter from the dealerships was the issue of fears that they face, and they are also afraid of the government's changes and tax proposals. And why is that? Because these small dealerships are, for the most part, small businesses, and they've worked very hard. Today, there's operations are jeopardized if they have to lay people off, and maybe those are people who would be looking after vehicle safety, for example. And that could be the consequence of the tax reform that the Liberals are putting forth. So, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, rather, I think it's very important to keep that in mind. We need to focus on road safety, vehicle safety, and that safety depends on the financial health of dealerships, on good standards, acceptable standards, and enhanced authority for the minister, because in some cases this is absolutely necessary and acceptable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today we had a demonstration on Parliament Hill of an autonomous vehicle that was autonomous bus that was going around Parliament Hill, and we're in the midst of significant technological change, and driving may be completely different within the next 10 or 20 years. So I was wondering if the honourable member could speak to that point and the importance of providing the minister with the ability to be nimble and to have the authority to deal with these types of safety issues going forward. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
The honourable member from Mégantic-Lérable. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, what I think is that innovation in the automobile sector, or like in any sector, comes for the most part from small and medium-sized businesses. And if we want to see innovation like that, if we want to ensure that the industry, the automobile industry, the agri-food industry make progress, then we need to allow the companies to do the research they need to do. If we take all of their means away from them by overtaxing them, Madam Speaker, well, then I think, unfortunately, events like the one we saw today won't happen in the future. So I think that the minister does need some latitude, but I'd like to invite the government party to leave this ability for small companies to innovate in their hands.
Des commentaires. On est rendu à la fin des...
We have now ended the 20-minute speech period. We'll now continue with 10-minute speeches. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to take a few moments and begin today by welcoming all the members of this House back to the Commons after the summer recess. And I trust that we have all, on both sides of the House, had a good summer and are returning refreshed and invigorated, ready to continue the work bestowed on us by our constituents. And there is much work to do. towards creating a Canada where no one is left behind, where full access to universal and affordable housing, Medicare, pharmacare, childcare, and education are a reality, where communities are able to reconcile with our Indigenous people. And that reconciliation amounts to more than just empty promises and assurance that promises for the issues that matter to Canadians, such as true electoral reform and environmental justice, aren't forgotten. I know that this summer's been very productive for me in visiting with the people of London Fanshawe. It was a chance to hear their concerns, communicate my renewed commitment to them, and celebrate our achievements as a community and as a country, while we were able to recognize that we still have much more to accomplish. I look forward to the session with renewed hope that we're able to work together to achieve progressive solutions for all of us. And I'm most eager to continue the work of New Democrats in this House for our goals of social justice, social democracy, fairness, and equity in all areas of life, which, of course, quite logically, brings me to today's debate on S2, Madam Speaker, a bill that deals with motor vehicle safety. Now, this bill touches on issues that, while seemingly complex in the legislative language we use on the Hill, affect the lives of my constituents in real and substantive ways. In southwestern Ontario, and London in particular, and because of the lack of adequate federal investment in public transit infrastructure, notably rail, we're dependent on motor vehicles whether we like it or not. The Highway 401 corridor can be a death trap, especially in the winter. And without alternative means of travel, Canadians are forced to take the road in order to conduct the business of living from day to day. Madam Speaker, it's distressing to me to note that motor vehicle safety is not mentioned in the mandate letter of the Minister of Transport. New Democrats see this as a real matter of concern, given that road accidents are responsible for deaths of thousands of Canadians each year. The very least we can do at the federal level is enact binding legislation that protects the safety of our constituents as we transport ourselves and our loved ones to work, to school, and play. And this can be accomplished by reducing the risk of harm arising from motor vehicle manufacturing defects. In 2017, motor vehicles have become moving, computerized islands with Wi-Fi access, Bluetooth connection for communication while driving, enhanced voice recognition, and options for entertainment, and even shopping while on the road, although I know, Madam Speaker, you don't do that when you're driving. They offer safety notifications and driver assistance options programmed into the vehicle to make our drives easier, safer, and more pleasant. These are all good things, Madam Speaker, but as the member from Trois-Rivières pointed out yesterday, this advanced technology leaves the individual car owner unable to diagnose problems that are bound to occur or make repairs on her or his own. As motor vehicle owners, we are reliant on the systems and experts who understand those systems to ensure that everything is in working order when we hit the road. Our lives are quite literally in their hands. While much of the automobile industry in Canada has been gutted by globalization and the absence of protection for the industry from this and preceding federal governments, southwestern Ontario remains the center of automobile production in Canada. We do, however, worry because workers at CAMI, Local 88 in Ingersoll, Ontario, are facing and fighting that precise situation. More than 400 jobs were lost this past spring because GM moved a product line, the Terrain, to Mexico, and not a word from this government. Now 2,800 CAMI workers and their families are striking to keep the plant open with the production of the Equinox, and still nothing from this government. It's my sincere hope that we can enact federal incentives and protections to prevent more automobile manufacturing jobs from moving offshore, and even to restore the industry to the powerhouse it was and can be again. While the industry remains active in my region, I believe it's vital to enact legislation that protects consumers, retailers, and manufacturers from the financial, emotional, legal, and personal life costs we all pay for when safety regulations are inadequate. Among others, the legislation before us today grants ministerial power to order a recall and to require more information from automakers. The minister may order a vehicle manufacturer to carry out tests, analyses, or studies on materials in order to obtain information on the defects of a part or of a particular vehicle model. This provision could have avoided the situation with General Motors Corporation, where the time lag between the corporation's awareness of an ignition system defect in 2004 and the company's recall notice 10 years later in 2014, 10 deadly years, Madam Speaker. That kind of delay is completely unacceptable. General Motors has admitted responsibility for 29 deaths linked to these defects, and claims are still outstanding for 150 others. General Motors started its initial investigation of the problem in 2004 and conducted several tests, analyses, and investigations, but Transport Canada was only informed of this problem on February 10th, 2014, a full 10 years and far too many lives later. One lost life as a result of manufacturing defects is too many, particularly when the company knows about the defect. Madam Speaker, despite the efforts of Bill S2 to enhance motor vehicle safety for Canadians, the Auditor General of Canada's most recent report drew attention to several cases of dysfunction in the Division of Transport Canada responsibility for motor vehicle safety oversight. The auditor concluded that the funding cutbacks to the department were harmful and degraded the quality of the information that informs the Directorate's planning and regulatory decisions. He also indicated that the department had ignored essential partners like consumers associations, motor vehicle safety advocates, and police forces in the process to review motor vehicle safety regulations. Consequently, it's possible that motor vehicle manufacturers exercised a disproportionate influence on Transport Canada decisions. And the AG also pointed out that the department had not used its own research on rear seat occupants to develop a standard to increase safety. Rear seat passengers have a greater probability of sustaining injuries in an accident. Many of them are children. Despite 15 years of investment in research, Transport Canada has still not identified new safety measures for rear seat occupants. New Democrats are, of course, in favor of granting ministerial powers that serve to avoid the kind of tragedy we see in the case of the GM ignition system recall, Madam Speaker, and we will be supporting this bill at second reading. We do, however, have concerns about the ability of the ministry to enforce such powers when the fact of the matter is the department's operating budget for crashworthiness testing has been slashed by 59% for 2016-17. Dropping from $1.2 million to $492,000. It makes it difficult for me to applaud the Liberals who have allowed a budget that should have been enhanced to be so drastically diminished. This leaves a deficit of over $700,000 in a budget that should be enhanced to ensure public safety. New Democrats call upon the minister to cancel the budget cuts to his department in order to make sure that these new powers granted in the legislation will be backed up by adequate resources. In addition, we're calling for the limit on the minister's discretionary powers to enter into agreements with companies in violation of the Act. We want to see the minister properly consult all partners when proceeding with a regulatory amendment that affects the safety of Canadians. And we want the minister to effectively use the data produced by his own department in order to adopt standards that will protect the safety of Canadians. So I thank you, Madam Speaker, for your indulgence, and I do hope that when this bill goes to committee, it will be improved so that our constituents are safe.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate a number of the comments that the member has put on the record this afternoon. And I think it is important that we recognize that S2 is, in fact, all about making our roads and communities safer. And this is a very important issue. And, within 2 years, we're able to get this substantial piece of legislation, which has been modified quite significantly from the conservative piece of legislation that was brought forward. And when we look at that, it also protects, in good part, consumers. You walk in to a new car showroom and you buy a vehicle, there's a certain expectation that you are buying a safe vehicle. So it provides even greater assurances to those consumers on those recall products. And I'm wondering if my colleague would maybe share her thoughts about the importance of the data bank that we have within Transport Canada. And most Canadians might not even be aware of it, Madam Speaker. You go to the data bank at Transport Canada, and you can just type in your vehicle, and people might actually be surprised in terms of just how many vehicles have been recalled for one thing or another. It's estimated as high as 50% plus vehicles on the road today that actually have some item under recall. And I'm wondering if she might want to provide some thoughts in terms of just, for those that might be participating or following the debate, to appreciate the fact that there is a great data bank, and we should do what we can to promote that data bank.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. And of course, it's important to have the kinds of tools that will support consumers in terms of their decisions, in terms of their ability to access information. But I would also suggest that this government needs to put its money where its mouth is. They reduced the budget, or the budget has been reduced to Transport Canada for the kind of work that all of us have been talking about. So why on earth would we be happy with a government that doesn't see fit to make sure that the very ministry that is in charge of automobile safety has the kind of resources and funding that it needs to make sure that we, the consumers, are protected?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her speech this afternoon. She's talking about priority spending, and in an era where spending on pet projects seem to be the priority for this government, I know the honourable member spoke about the reduction to Transport Canada, and I'm wondering, would the honourable member comment on how important the safety of consumers are with respect to her ranking of spending as a priority of the government?
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I thank my colleague for his question. And of course, in terms of the priorities of this Parliament, our constituents and consumers should be number one. People in Canada are depending on their government to make good decisions, to make wise decisions, and that element of trust cannot be abused. And so I would much prefer to see the needs of the people in my community and every community in Canada be recognized and met rather than, as my colleague described them, pet projects.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. We have time for a brief question. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. It's always inspiring to hear a woman of so much experience and who comes from that sector speak. Now, we said earlier, it's easy to agree about the importance of safety. But at the end of her speech, my colleague talked about the importance of allocating the necessary resources to really ensure that that safety can exist. So I'd like her to tell us more about how sometimes good intentions aren't enough if the necessary resources are not also given.
The member from London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I thank my colleague from this side of the House. I'm reminded of an old catchphrase, good intentions are the way that you pave your road to hell. And I think that is very, very true. The intent of this bill is to protect consumers. The intent of this bill is to help out dealers. The intent of this bill But unless it is supported with the resources that Transport Canada teams, research teams need, then it means nothing.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honor for me to participate in the debates. And this debate is very important. It has to do with vehicle safety. And when I saw Bill S2 coming to the House, with everything that's going on right now, I think that we have a lot more important issues that we could be discussing, but we know that the Liberal government doesn't want to talk about them. It's easier for them to put forward a bill that nearly everyone here agrees with, or at least we all agree with the principle of automobile safety. So we'll be participating in the debate, and I see once again today the opposition members, including the official opposition members and members of other opposition parties, are here speaking about these bills, because as we can see across the way, there aren't that many people speaking about this bill, even though they're the ones bringing it forward. So it's a little bit strange to see how on the other side of the House, the government side of the House, the members aren't participating as fully in the debate as we are. I'd like to congratulate my colleague across the way, whose name I forget, but I know that he's always here in the House. I'm honored to see you because, yes, him. Oh, well, you know, I can't name people. I can't name you. Order. I would remind the member that she needs to address her comments to the chair. Yes, so she should not be directly addressing people across the way. So the honourable member may continue her speech. Yes, well, I think it's important to mention that this is someone who is always here for every debate, and I feel that it's important to say that because on the other side of the House, apart from this gentleman and a few others, we haven't seen a lot of them debating this subject with us. Bill S2 is a bill that is very important for automobile safety, and it's also just based on common sense. The bill gives the Minister of Transport the power to require that car makers correct defects that may represent a hazard to consumers. For me, that's very important. Increasingly, we've seen there are a lot more new cars, and in my riding, I have to thank my dealer at the local dealership, because whenever there's any kind of a recall, he either calls me or sends me a letter, so I know that my car will be repaired quickly. And he's got that very good habit. I think that people who work at car dealerships have put in a lot of good work, and now it's up to us to put forward equivalently good legislation. Now, this bill comes from the Senate, and I hope that the amendments made by the Senate will be unanimously accepted, because, in my opinion, the amendments are very important. At 10.52, it says that dealers means someone who buys parts from a third dealer in an objective that is not resale. Now, there's one thing that I noticed here, and that says either to provide the dealer with the pieces necessary to correct the defect according to the terms laid out in the agreement. Of course, it would be better if the bill went a little bit further. Because the minister can issue an order that the dealer who obtained a vehicle from a company to ensure that any defect would be corrected before the car is sold once again. Now that would avoid a lot of problems, because we know that our roads in Canada, all across Canada, are increasingly dangerous. Imagine someone has a car that has a problem. Well, that makes the situation even worse. We have all known people who have suffered car accidents, whether it was the result of inattention or because they had been drinking or taking drugs. But there's also an issue of equipment. Sometimes the component parts cause problems. My colleague for Beauport-Limoilou was telling a story about that. But we see this in our communities every day. And this bill needs to go back to committee and needs to be amended. It needs to be subjected to further discussion, because what I've heard from nearly all parties here is that they agree with the principle of safety. They agree that safety, driver safety, is the priority, and that people's safety is the priority. So whether we're talking about the driver or a pedestrian, when you have mechanical problems in a car, that puts people in danger. As you can see, I support Bill S2, and I would hope that the party across the way would agree to the amendments, because these amendments are really based on common sense. They're not partisan at all, because what's at the heart of the matter here is safety, and that should be our priority. Yesterday we talked about border security. Today we're talking about automobile security. And I hope that we will have other bills that will talk about other issues related to safety in Canada. This is a very important issue for everyone. And it's a matter of life and death, and it's also a matter of common sense when it comes to the legislation. I would also like to say that in my riding, like just about everywhere, we're dealing with some very hot button issues which are not being discussed by the government here. And so I think that we need to have a conversation, a nonpartisan conversation about liberal taxes. I've spoken to backbenchers, liberal backbenchers, who are facing the same problems that we are with their constituents. We're receiving 300, 400 letters per week in our ridings from people who are concerned about where the party across the way is going. I think it's unfortunate that these bills that everyone agrees about are being put forward when we should be having debates here about the things that really affect Canadians. Bill S2 is a good example of something where, yes, safety is important. We need to advise people of the situation. We need to have these laws. We need to, well, I would say that a lot of power is being given to the minister here. And as the representative of my riding, I feel that perhaps a bit too much power is being given to the minister. But if it's in the interest of the safety of Canadians, I'm ready to vote for this bill. But first it needs to go to committee, and it needs to go through a few more amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member mentioned that members on this side weren't taking part in the debate. I'd like to commend my honourable colleague, the honourable member from Chateauguay-Lacole, who just spoke a few moments ago and gave an excellent speech on the importance of safety. And I guess, Madam Speaker, I'm disappointed that the honourable member would rise on this point and talk about the importance of a mechanic or a salesperson in the dealership. And how important it is that for the party across the way that those individuals pay less in tax than the owner of the car dealership. But she also mentioned we should be debating more important issues. What's more important than the safety of vehicles and the safety for consumers who are driving their vehicles so they have confidence in that? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The
Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his question. Well, you can't talk about one without the other. Yes, safety is important to our citizens, just as it's important for them to be able to have somewhat easier lives. Now, talking about the new Liberal tax, now, he may be disappointed, but this is the reality. People may want to sweep this under the rug, but the fact is we're receiving phone calls every day in our ridings. And it's not just Conservatives getting those phone calls. There are a huge number of Liberal members who are also receiving those phone calls, but they can't talk about it. We're talking about it on our side because everyone is talking to us. So if people come to see me, it's not necessarily because they voted Conservative. It's because I became the Member of Parliament who represents all of my constituents. And in my riding, there are people who are concerned. But when they come to see me, I don't ask them who they voted for. I simply ask them, what are they concerned about? They came to see me, they spoke to me, and if they're not listening, that's not my fault, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, today I'll be speaking about Bill S2. This is an act to amend automobile safety and to make consequential amendments to another act. You may remember that the former Conservative Minister, Lisa Raitt, tabled a similar bill in June 2015. I'd just like to remind the member that he can't use the actual name of a sitting member of Parliament. So the bill was presented, or was tabled, with the Conservative spirit of protecting the interests of the consumer. And that's really the essence of our work, isn't it? We have the mandate to work hard for the safety and prosperity of Canadians. When we consider all of the activities that we talk about in the House of Commons, it's easy to distinguish the ones that would help Canadians and those that wouldn't. For example, Madam Speaker, does it benefit Canadians to have such a huge debt in our country? I don't think so.
Debt stands at $650 billion, and it grows by 77 million per day, Mr. President. Under the previous Conservative government, we guided this country through the worst recession of our lifetime. Through these difficult times, we managed to balance the budget by reducing taxes, reducing spending, and focusing on policies geared to steer the economy on the right direction. To do this, we needed to make difficult decisions. Someone once said that if everything is a priority, then nothing is a priority. However, we knew that this hard decision would lead us to better days for everyone. Our goal was to create a climate for job creation and to see Canadians bring home more disposable income, more money in their pocket, not in their government pocket. En revanche, Madame la Présidente,
But, Madam Speaker, the Liberal government decided to increase spending, not during a recession, but during a time when the economy was doing well. Their out-of-control spending doesn't even have any real priorities. In the last 2 years of their term, they spent the surplus left to them by the Conservative government before them. They increased spending and debt, like any socialist government would do. They may laugh across the way, but that's the truth. Madam Speaker, the financial management of the Department of Finance is so far left that it might remind us of NDP policies. The Liberals seem to have adopted the vision of a left-wing party. So, Madam Speaker, let's get back to the question. Increasing the debt without any reason will never be in the interest of Canadians. However, this government has not hesitated to be reckless and to dilapidate our country's finances, leaving a financial burden to our children and grandchildren. The Liberals have been equally reckless in their management of the legalization of marijuana. So here's the question none of the Doobie Brothers want to answer. What is pushing the Liberals to pass that bill? I have as many questions as there are points in this bill.
serious financial investment in this industry. And so by this, we know that the same people stand to benefit. We also know that because of all their reckless spending, the Liberals are short on cash and need to find new revenue sources. So this alone may explain their rush to pass this bill. Yesterday, the Minister of Public Safety informed us that this law will reduce the market share of organized crime in the marijuana industry, and that the loss to organized crime will be a gain for the legalized system. The expected tax revenue for the federal government might explain the rush to implement this bill. Remember, the Liberals have spent all the money and they need more, much more. The Prime Minister has stated that legalized marijuana is important to remove organized crime from the marijuana industry and to keep pot away from youth. At best, the statement demonstrates a clear lack of judgment. At worst, this sort of reasoning borders on insanity, Mr. Speaker. Why does the Prime Minister insist on insulting the intelligence of Canadians? Why will he add to the anxiety of parents who clearly are not interested in drugs being more accessible? The
Prime Minister knows full well that the pot that was around in 1969 isn't at all the same product that's on the market today. The RCMP says that pot is often mixed with methamphetamine and other chemical products that can create addiction after a single use. But once again, the Prime Minister never lets the facts get in the way of a good story. Madam Speaker, we need to go back to the foundational notions of governance and the government's primary role. We need to remember how important our work is and the decisions we make here in Ottawa. We need to remember that what we do here in this chamber will have repercussions in society for years to come. We should never forget what our mandate is. Our mandate on behalf of our constituents and on behalf of the 38 million Canadians. That must never be forgotten. We're here for them and not for special interest groups. Bill S2, as I said before, is very similar to what the Conservative Party presented in 2015. It's a bill that's based on advantages for Canadians, advantages for consumer protection. As you know, Madam Speaker, from time to time, car makers issue a recall on certain vehicles to repair defective products. Currently, they take the initiative to deal with recalls. In 2015 alone, 5 million passenger vehicles were recalled in Canada.
Be very careful as to what the final product will look like. Yes, the intent is to increase protection to consumers, but we have to make sure that this does not result in increasing cost to Canadians. We must assure that the final text of the legislation does not provide opportunities to the Minister of Transport to make partisan decisions when applying the law. You know, Mr. Speaker, in my province of Quebec, there's a law that requires drivers to install winter tires for the winter months. Purchasing winter tires is an added cost to consumers, but it can be argued that this measure actually saves lives.
When it comes to S2, the final text has to be balanced. It's not just about giving the Minister of Transport new powers. It should put the interests and benefits of the consumer first. Here on this side of the House, we will examine what's proposed and we will wait to hear what the government has to say. After seeing what this government has done for the past 2.5 years, Canadians have every reason to fear for the next 2 years. Canadians gave the Liberal government another chance after the sponsorship scandal. Canadians forgave this government for taking their money with the right hand and giving it to their friends with their left hand, their cronies. What's more, Madam Speaker, Canadians realize that the Liberals are inclined to pursue the interests of their party rather than the interests of Canadians. Madam Speaker, Canadians recognize the importance of 2019, the year of the next federal election, the year when they will be able to say thanks very much, bye-bye to the Liberals. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before proceeding to questions and comments, I have to say order. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Nanaimo Ladysmith, taxation. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River, housing.
And the honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix, government appointments.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the honourable member across the way is talking about road safety and perhaps wandered a little bit far into cannabis, but since we're talking about it, perhaps it's a good opportunity to ask him. He talked about the cannabis of his day back in the 60s and 70s wasn't as potent or as dangerous as it is now, but isn't that the reason or an excellent rationale as to why cannabis should be regulated and legalized so that we can protect individuals and know what's in it? It's what's in the product, its quality, its quantity, how much THC is in it. Isn't he making an argument in favor of the legalization of cannabis, Madam Speaker?
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, colleague, for your question. Indeed, cannabis is a huge problem, and regulating it won't solve the problem. Just allowing people to have plants in their home, to grow them at home, there'll be no control over that. And we won't know what's mixed, what's going to be sold on the black market, because it just won't work, your plan. And the pot problem, when it comes to car makers and highway safety, the government is saying that the problem that criminalizing didn't work, but they say they're going to use the taxes to reinvest in police officers to have better ways of detecting drug-impaired drivers. It's really inconsistent, but that's a debate for another day.
That the questions and the speeches, I know that there's some flexibility, but it should really be related to the issue that is before the House, the bill that's before the House. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. When it comes to highway safety, using marijuana and driving is very, very, very worrisome to us. And Bill S2, we have reservations about vehicle recalls that don't actually happen. It's about equipment, but with marijuana, it's the human at the wheel. What I'd like to know from my colleague, Madam Speaker, is we have to talk about highway safety when talking about S2. Is that as much of a concern to him as the idea of drug-impaired drivers? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haut-Saint-Charles. Good question, and Madam Speaker, it may seem like a strange question to you, but not at all, because we're talking about cars, we're talking about mechanics, we're talking about parts, we're talking about defects and the need to replace something that might be dangerous. Well, what about a person who smokes a joint and then gets behind the wheel? That's quite a bit more dangerous than a car antenna that's not working. So if somebody smokes a legal joint, that's even more dangerous than an illegal one. Questions and comments?
Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable has another question. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague also raised the issue in his speech of the Liberal government's deficits, their out-of-control spending, the massive attacks that the government is launching against small business. Does my colleague think the fact that car dealerships will have to send all their money to the Liberal government, they'll have less ability to ensure vehicle safety, to do the necessary inspections, and that's why we absolutely need a Conservative government, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haut-Saint-Charles. Once again, that question may seem a bit out of context, but not at all. I was a car dealer myself and had to deal with recalls. When you own a car dealership, you need a certain amount of liquidity to be able to deal with certain things, because getting your money back from the car maker can be quite complicated. And now with this Liberal tax grab, it's going to really hit car dealerships hard.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and nice to be able to rise today on Bill S2 here. I want to thank my colleague, the member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek, for her work on this file as our critic in the area. And I certainly join her in supporting sending this bill to committee for further study. Because vehicle safety is an important issue. It's an important issue, I think, for all of us in this House and I think for all Canadians. There's, in fact, over 22 million motor vehicles that are registered in Canada. That's equal to one vehicle for every 1.6 Canadians, which is actually a pretty staggering amount, Madam Speaker. And with such a high number of cars and trucks on our roads, we as parliamentarians need to make sure that we're ensuring that automakers are being responsible to consumers. As a former firefighter myself, I had the opportunity to see the aftermath, unfortunately, of many car accidents firsthand. And I'm pleased to know that over the years, vehicle safety has, in fact, dramatically improved. And certainly as technology improves and consumers become more aware of the need to have a safe car, that continues to improve and increase. In fact, what you see nowadays, many of the advertisements even for new cars actually begin with safety ratings or listing the number of airbags or other new technologically advanced safety features, which is something that tells you where consumers are at with these things, and it's good to see. But it is up to us as parliamentarians to ensure that safety continues to be at the forefront of the agenda, by doing what we can to ensure that vehicles that have defects get recalled promptly, that consumers are notified. And the Strengthening Motor Vehicle Safety for Canadians Act would certainly provide the power to the Minister of Transport to order a recall of vehicles and order companies to address deficiencies at no cost to consumers. So this would be a way to ensure that Canadians are protected. If there is a defect to their vehicles, that would be as a result, of course, of the error of the manufacturer. This bill would also give the minister the ability to have manufacturers conduct specific tests on its products in order to be able to verify compliance with the Act. The Minister of Transport would have the ability to grant exemptions for regulations if the exemption promotes the development of new safety features or new technologies That would be something that would be available and possible under this bill as well. And manufacturers would have to increase the number of notices, Madam Speaker, that it sends to consumers once a recall is issued to be able to ensure that the notices actually reach the consumers. Transport Canada would also be granted additional powers to visit facilities and to obtain documents and testimony from employees. So this bill would actually bring the Minister of Transport's powers in line with our counterparts in the United States. And I think the reason that, one of the reasons to support sending this bill to committee for further study is because these are all points that should have further discussion and further debate. Consumer advocacy groups, for example, have spoken out in support of this legislation, and from their perspective, it's necessary legislation. In fact, our previous Conservative government introduced similar legislation in 2015. And so these changes certainly may be needed, but we need to ensure that all groups are heard from and given an opportunity to have their say. And we have to take into consideration the point of view of auto and parts manufacturers who also represent a large part of the Canadian economy. Canada certainly does have a large auto and parts manufacturing sector, and it creates thousands of good-paying jobs nationwide. And the last thing that we'd want to do as parliamentarians would be to create legislation that would drive them away from our country. These new powers being proposed may be too sweeping, and they may provide Transport Canada with the ability to order tests and unreasonable acts, such as providing regular updates on the status of a recall and the availability of parts. What will happen when there's a difference in opinion between Transport Canada and auto and parts manufacturers? Recalls have been increasing. Over the past 6 years, safety-related recalls have increased by 74%. So that shows that the current legislation we have is certainly working, and that auto and parts manufacturers are being responsible by initiating safety recalls without any prompting from the government. But from my understanding, auto and parts manufacturers are not necessarily opposed to this legislation, but they have raised some valid concerns, and that's why it's important to look at sending this bill to committee. I certainly would agree as well that Canada should attempt, wherever possible, to try to be in line with our American friends when it comes to certain legislation. And the American government has power now, for example, to induce a manufacturer to provide compensation to consumers for vehicles that need recall. In 2015, an auto manufacturer there was forced to pay $105 million US by the U.S. government to buy back 500,000 trucks and SUVs and to offer incentives for consumers to participate in the recall. Canadian owners of those same vehicles didn't receive those offers, and that's a reason why it may make sense for our legislation to be in line with the U.S. government legislation, so that consumers are provided with the same levels and types of protections. Now, the biggest reason that I support sending this bill to committee, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that proper consultations will actually happen with this bill. Proper consultations are extremely important, and the committee does give an opportunity for and a chance to be heard for experts and witnesses to provide their opinions on the matter. It's in contrast with what the Liberal government is currently doing with the small business tax changes that are proposing that would damage our economy, small business owners, those who work for small businesses. This would have a very detrimental effect on small business owners and employees, and also communities right across the country. When I think about, the communities I represent, communities like Airdrie and Crossfield and Cochrane and Canmore and Banff, and many other communities like them all across the country.
Wonderful.
What happens is when there's a need to support a local sports team, when there's a charitable initiative, when someone is seeking to raise money for a family that's suffering these difficult times, and we've certainly seen some of those with some of the policies we've seen from this government and our their provincial counterparts in Alberta. There's a lot of need for these things, and who steps forward in those situations? It's small business owners. That's who steps forward, and so this government is, by not seeking to consult with them properly, not giving them an opportunity that we would see under this bill with the opportunity in committee. You know, when I think about those types of consultations, that's not what we want to see here. You know, I know, speaking to people in the tourism industry, it's an industry that's very important in my riding, and it's an important industry right across this country. It's about $90 billion to the economy, and you know, they tell me, gee, you know, this government's brought forward these consultations on these small business tax changes. They're huge, massive changes that will have very detrimental effects. And it's right in the middle of their busiest season, their tourism season, in the middle of the summer. They haven't even had a chance to look at these and figure out what kind of impact it'll have on them yet. So how do they even possibly, you know, be a part of consultations on it? And so they're asking certainly for more ability to be consulted on that. That's the kind of thing that we need to see occurring on all opportunities like that, all things like that, and certainly this change we're talking about here would be studied by a committee. That would be giving people an opportunity to be heard. That's what this government should be doing in the case of things like that. But certainly, when we talk about ensuring that people are being heard in this regard, we're talking about, you know, auto and parts manufacturers. They certainly need to be listened to, and I certainly hope that by sending this bill to committee, that we'll see them get the opportunity to speak and to give their recommendations on this legislation. Certainly pleased to see that the manufacturers support the premise of the legislation, but it's now up to us in this chamber to be able to try to see what we can do to make the legislation work for all Canadians. And that means sending the bill to committee for further evaluation, further study. Another aspect that the committee needs to seriously consider is that this bill goes beyond simply protecting consumers. It's a bill that would mandate that auto manufacturers need to provide financial compensation to auto dealers when a recall occurs. And this changes the bill from a consumer protection perspective to a commercial relationship. And so by sending this bill to committee, they'll be able to further discuss whether or not there's additional ministerial or government powers that are needed to be able to increase consumer protection. And you know, we can address other concerns, things like is there any unintended consequences, Madam Speaker, that this bill might have on consumers? Because obviously, if manufacturers are forced to be able to comply with these regulations, regardless of whether they're necessary or not, we can expect prices of vehicles to increase to pay for the compliance with those things. So these are things we need to be considering and making sure that when this is being looked at, that it's considered from the balance and the perspectives of manufacturers and the interests of consumers. And that's certainly where the challenge would be for this legislation. And that's why it's important for the committee to have that opportunity to study. It's why I support seeing it go there, because certainly consumers need to be protected, especially when it comes to something as serious as motor vehicle safety. So there's no question that to see this being studied at committee is an opportunity to see us have that done. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Great job.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Science.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments about this very important issue, because strengthening motor vehicle safety is, well, without a doubt, an important issue for all Canadians who travel all the time. And whether you're in a car or in a bus or however you travel, this is important. And I'd like to find some common ground here, because I think, I hope we can all agree that Canadian consumers deserve at least to be informed, as well as our southern friends are, about recalls. And that's a real problem right now. We hear about recalls in the United States, and we assume, because our cars are so similar, that, well, the recalls must mean for our cars as well. Would the member agree that this is an area that is gray and that we need to work on together?
The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Yeah, I think I think if the member had listened maybe a bit more intently, I suppose, to my speech, she would have heard me use the example of where I talked exactly about that. You know, where we saw a recall in the United States, where you know, there wasn't the same kinds of protections for consumers here in Canada. And it did in fairly great detail, I thought, discuss the idea that we need to make sure and see that we try to work where possible to try and line things up so that consumers in Canada and the United States, with the legislation being the same, that is certainly a goal that I think we should seek to achieve. But, obviously we do have to hear the perspectives of people. That's why I think it's good for this to go to committee. I certainly would hope when we talk about the idea of common ground, she mentioned the idea of common ground. I would certainly hope that we maybe would find she might support us with some common ground on the idea that, people that have small businesses that affect our communities that are so important to and vital to the small, especially the small communities across this country, that she might support the idea that maybe there should be some proper consultation done on things like that. Because I can tell you, and I'm sure she's heard it as well, I've had hundreds of emails and phone calls from all over my constituency and probably all over Canada telling me how concerned people are about these changes and what a massive detrimental effect they'll have. So I certainly think when we talk about the idea of ensuring we're protecting consumers and those who serve our consumers, she should be looking at, talking to her government and the people in the front lines, the finance minister, the prime minister, about those kinds of terrible changes they're talking about making that will devastate our economy.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been difficult to know what bill we've been debating a little bit the last while. We're hearing a lot of speeches against tax changes. We're hearing speeches about cannabis. We have a non-controversial bill in front of us. I asked the honourable member for Banff Airdrie if he doesn't agree with me that this bill was drafted by the Conservative government under the administration of Stephen Harper. I have been listening to debate now for almost 2 days. I haven't heard anyone oppose sending this bill to committee. In fact, it came to us through the Senate, where it's already gone through extensive hearings before a committee. And the only controversial thing I've heard about this bill in terms of the minister's comments was whether the government will accept the Senate amendment to the bill, which extends protections to dealers. I think that needs to be studied in committee, and I asked my honourable colleague if he doesn't agree that this bill is really one that is widely supported on all sides of the House and just needs to get to committee.
The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, the member indicated she was confused. I'll tell her it was Bill S2. Strengthening Motor Vehicle Safety for Canadians Act. It's right there. So if she wants to check that up, she can have a good look at that. But that is what we are debating. Of course, there's been lots of discussion about it here, and that's a good thing. It's always a good thing to have an opportunity for there to be discussion on a bill. It's always a good opportunity for, when we talk about going to committee, I would agree with her. It should be receiving some good study in committee. That certainly is important, and that's certainly what I would support seeing happen. No question about that. That we hear the different perspectives and make sure that that is all taken into account in making changes. And so I certainly would encourage that to happen as well.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I would hope that the House would share this view in sending our condolences to the member of Bruce Grey Owen Sound on the death of Wyerton Willie today. Very sad day, and on a day that we're talking about motor vehicle safety, it's important to know as well, Madam Speaker, that venerable rodent died of natural causes today, and the people of Wyerton will be holding a funeral for Wyerton Willie. But it is an honour to rise today for the first time in the House of Commons since returning from a summer of talking with constituents, attending events in Barrie Innisfil, and being able to connect with Canadians across Canada in my former role as Veterans Affairs critic. And one common theme that I heard this summer, Madam Speaker, has been that consumers are not having an easy time. Their taxes are going up, and the cost of essential services are also rising and making it more difficult to afford to replace those larger items that they depend on, like cars, trucks, and appliances. And for anyone to suggest that the middle class and those working hard just to stay in it are any further ahead under this government is false, Madam Speaker. S2 was introduced by Senator Harder in May of 2016 and resembles C62, introduced by my colleague from Milton, the former Minister of Transport, in June of 2015. In short, S2 will protect consumers by strengthening the Minister of Transport's responsibility to consumers with the ability to assign penalties to car manufacturers for car defects and recalls. More and more, it seems vehicle recalls are becoming more commonplace. While these recalls ensure that road safety needs to ensure that road safety and preventing tragedies from happening is important, there needs to be a sense that manufacturers will continue to up their game and produce cars and trucks of greater quality than the year before, thereby preventing increased costs to the consumer, dealer, and car maker. In 2015, over 5 million vehicles were recalled, with over 200 recall notices being issued. This bill, S2, increases the authority of the minister from issuing notices of safety defects and criminally prosecuting manufacturers up to, as I just mentioned, assigning penalties for safety defects. The opposition does support this bill and feels that a greater conversation should take place in committee where amendments can be made to strengthen the bill. There, discussions will take place that will further protect consumers and manufacturers and at the same time make sure that the powers of the minister do not exceed and do a realistic expectation that might hamper the ability of car and truck makers. Last night, in preparation for speaking today, I watched a few speeches from my colleagues, and by the way, they were all excellent, Madam Speaker, and I found the speech from the member from Peace River Westlock to be the most interesting. He spoke from a perspective of being a mechanic responsible for correcting the safety defects the cars were being recalled for. I'd like to quote from Hansard a bit of what my colleague said yesterday. He said that the interesting thing about the recalls is that there is no similarity between any two of them. As mechanics tasked with correcting the issue, we often wondered why one thing was recalled and another was not, or why the same part was often recalled several times in a row. That goes to some of the issues that the bill is trying to correct. Many automotive manufacturers use the same supplier of airbags, and so the airbag recall crossed several different companies, end quote. And with this last statement from the member from Peace River Westlock, it identifies to me a concern about the recalls and the suppliers. Will this S2 single out car manufacturers only? Will the Act allow the minister to apply penalties to the suppliers to the car manufacturers? The member from Peace River Westlock also talked about the complexity of the recall itself. Again, reading from Hansard, the whole recall system is in place already for when a manufacturer declares a recall, but it gets a little more interesting if the minister is going to declare the recall. Can the manufacturer at that point just say that since the minister who is declaring it, the parts will be made available and they will pay for getting the job done, but not necessarily reimburse the dealership's parts departments or ensure that they can actually make some money on it, particularly in the case of recalls that take a long time to develop the parts or develop the solution? I don't know if Canadians completely understand how complex the issue of a recall can be. I know that listening to the honourable member from Peace River Westlock, that was a learning experience for me. If, as my colleague points out, there is a disagreement between the minister's office and the car maker, will the car owner get caught in the middle of this disagreement? Now, make no mistake about it, the powers being given to the minister are diverse and tough. Do they extend further than they should? S2 gives the minister the ability to order a company to issue a recall, require manufacturers and importers to fix defective vehicles at their expense, require companies to provide additional safety information, require companies in Canada to be more aware of foreign defects and issues for cars similar that are sold in Canada, fine manufacturers up to $200,000 per day per defect, and provides for increased powers to Transport Canada inspectors. S2 gives the Transport Minister the same authority as their American counterpart. The bill, without doing some digging, makes it seem that car makers are sometimes reluctant to issue a recall notice. So here is a shout-out in support of manufacturers for issuing over 300 notices between 2010 and 2016 when Transport Canada had not received any complaints. And personally, my wife and I are currently going through a recall notice with one of our vehicles. Will this bill make driving safer? Transport Canada, in the 5 years between 2010 and 2015, was responsible for only 9% of all notices from car makers. In consideration that Transport Canada only had influence on 9% of recall notices, what does the government expect to see going forward? Will the minister have a threshold of a number of complaints before ordering a recall? Will the minister issue compensation awards based on the number of complaints or the severity of the defect? It's my hope that S2 won't see car makers going into either a defense formation or issue recalls to avoid the order to issue one. It's been my observation in preparing for speaking today that car manufacturers in Canada and the U.S. have been made and are very responsible to ensure all defects are announced and taken care of as quickly as possible. No one wants to be driving in a car that has a recall notice, and no one wants to be without a car because of a recall notice. Finally, Madam Speaker, I also want to bring up a point that's related to how dealerships have to operate in these cases. The Minister of Transport will have to consider the ability of a dealership to be able to correct defects quickly. In larger centres, this may not be the issue, but in smaller centres like Barrie-Innisfil, the availability of the parts for the recall will have an impact on the bottom line. Many dealerships are family-run businesses, with many families being mechanics, salespeople, and often office support staff. Though I speak today on S2, I would also be remiss if I didn't mention that the government's planned actions on tax reform also have an impact on these family-run businesses and their ability to provide good-paying jobs to people in their community along with their families. And I cite some examples in Barrie and Innisfil of some family-run operations that do employ thousands of people in our area. Men like Paul Sadlin, Jim Williams, Bob Jackson, Jamie Massey, and Drew Tilson, all motor vehicle automobile dealers. The tax reforms that will hurt these family car dealerships can also affect how S2 will get defective cars repaired quickly. If tax reforms force the closure of a dealership or the downsizing of staff, all of the efforts of S2 will be for naught. Madam Speaker, let's send S2 to committee to have important amendments made to strengthen the needs of the consumer, meanwhile protecting responsible manufacturers that are proactive without unreasonable government interference. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
I really like to thank the member from Barrie-Innisfil. My husband has been in the car sales for over 5.5 years, and as he indicated in his speech, one of the key issues that they have in the smaller dealerships is the lack of parts. In the St. Thomas area, they are one of the highest selling car sales agencies, I guess, in that area in London, and they're a small dealer with six people that are working. The problem is that they have 4 parts available for 100 cars, and so a lot of times there has been a real delay on getting those parts, sometimes up to 1 year. Do you believe it's important that at the committee, where we're sending this to, that things like this, where small rural dealerships should be at the table so that we could recognize some of these issues that rural dealerships and remote dealerships have as well?
The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her question. And I am aware of the fact that her husband has been in the automobile business for a rather long time, and I think it is critical. And you know, that's the reason why this piece of legislation needs to go to committee, so that we do have proper consultation with everybody who's going to be affected by this, whether it's small automobile dealers, whether it's large dealers. I know, Madam Speaker, that I sit on the Automobile Caucus, and this was an issue that came up about 1.5 years ago. We were talking about this, and so it's important that we get this right. We've indicated on our side that we're generally supportive of the legislation, but there are some amendments that do cause us concern, and this is why we have committees, so that we can properly and insightfully look at these issues, how they impact Canadians of all stripes, and try to come up with good pieces of legislation that we can recommend to Parliament through committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Garneau, seconded by Mr. Duclos, move that Bill S2, an act to amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act and to make a consequential amendment to another act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
On division? Carried.
Second reading of this bill.
Carried on division.
Carried on division.
Carried on division.
Excellent.
Just a minute. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. I got a point of order. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Well, when we carry bills on division, I just wanted to be registered as having voted for the bill, rather than have it appear that on division I had voted against it.
Thank you. Noted. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe, Madam Speaker, if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent that the clock be 5:30.
Do I have unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30? Agreed? It's now 5:30. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Business debate on motion M126, Portuguese Heritage Month, in the name of Ms. Jarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz, seconded by Mr. Fonseca, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the important contributions Canadian Portuguese have made to building Canada and to Canadian society in general, the cultural diversity of the Portuguese communities in Canada, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon Portuguese heritage and culture for future generations by declaring June 10th as Portugal Day and the month of June as Portuguese Heritage Month. Debate. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is with enormous pride and privilege that I rise in this venerable House to support my private member's bill, M126, celebrating the contributions of Portuguese Canadians to this great nation. My riding of Davenport is blessed to have the largest Portuguese community in Canada. I truly believe that Canada and Canadian society is enriched by Portuguese culture, traditions, history, and language. C'est pour moi un grand...
It's with great pride and privilege that I rise in this venerable institution to speak in favor of my private member's bill, M126, which celebrates the contributions of Portuguese Canadians to this great country.
Any discussion on settler community in Canada cannot start without first acknowledging and thanking the traditional stewards of this land. We are grateful to the Indigenous peoples as we are gathered here today on the traditional unceded lands of the Algonquin people. It is a pleasure to be back in the House this week with all my colleagues, and I want to thank members from all parties for supporting my motion. I'd like to thank the Minister of Heritage, my Liberal colleagues, and especially the members of the Canada-Portugal Parliamentary Friendship Group for all their encouragement and support. And of course, I'd like to thank my staff for their hard work over the last few months and days. It is also important to mention that the Province of Ontario, City of Toronto, and the Public and Catholic School Boards of Ontario all took the lead in recognizing June as Portugal Heritage Month and/or June 10th as Portugal Day in their respective jurisdictions. I am building on their great initiative and accomplishments, and I want to thank them for their leadership. Finally, I'd like to thank all the Portuguese leaders, Portuguese clubs, associations, and the Portuguese media in my riding of Davenport and across the country that have tirelessly promoted the Portuguese culture, language, and community, and who serve as an inspiration for this private member's bill. It is an honor. It is to honor them and their aspiration for the Portuguese to be recognized at the highest level of our nation and be celebrated for its many contributions to Canada, and equally to set the stage for the preservation and promotion of the Portuguese language, traditions, culture, and for many decades and centuries to come. Finalmente, gostava de agradecer a todos os líderes portugueses, clubes e associações, e também a mídia no meu círculo da Davenport e através do Canadá, que continuamente, sem parar, tem promovido a cultura, a língua e a comunidade e que servem de inspiração para esta Private Members Bill, no sentido de honrá-los e também as suas aspirações do modo a serem reconhecidos ao mais alto nível da nossa nação pelas suas imensas contribuições para o Canadá e, igualmente, criar uma plataforma para a preservação e promoção da língua portuguesa, tradições e cultura para muitas décadas e séculos vindouros. Madam Speaker, there's approximately 16 million Portuguese around the world, from those who live in Portugal, including the Azores and Madeiran Islands, and other parts of the Americas, Europe, India, and Africa. But when we consider Portuguese-speaking people, that number jumps from 60 million to 220 million. Indeed, the Portuguese language evolved from Latin and became a compulsory language in Portugal under King Dom Dinis in the 14th century. For the following 2 centuries, the 15th and 16th century, the Portuguese were known global explorers, such as Vasco da Gama, who discovered far-off lands that at the time were unidentified, and who discovered in 1497 the first ocean route between India from Europe, connecting for the first time ever the Atlantic and the Indian Oceans. There's also Fernão de Margalhães, born in the northern part of Portugal, who in 1519 led the very first expedition by ship that circumnavigated the world. Poet Luís Vaz de Camões wrote the epic poem Os Lusíadas that interprets this exciting age of exploration and discovery of the Portuguese. Camões is known as Portugal's greatest poet, and indeed the day of his death, June 10, is celebrated as Portugal's National Day. Madam Speaker, it is also around this time period, the 15th and 16th centuries, that the Portuguese were first identified as coming to the shores of Canada to fish off the coast of Newfoundland. And in subsequent centuries, there were a number of Portuguese explorers that made their way to Canada. There's 2 great stories I want to share. The first is the story of Pedro da Silva, Canada's first official letter carrier, who on behalf of New France delivered parcels and letters between Montreal and Quebec beginning in 1705. And then there's Portuguese Joe Silva, born in Pico Azores. Portuguese Joe came to Canada in 1860 via a whaling schooner and decided to stay, trying his hand at gold mining. He married an Indigenous woman from the Coast Salish Nation, became one of the founders of Vancouver's guest town, had 11 children, with many of his descendants still populating the BC coast today. A monument just last year was erected to honor him in Stanley Park, and it honors the link between the Portuguese and Coast Salish First Nations cultures, marking the land's rich heritage and symbolizing unity for Vancouver's present-day diverse inhabitants. I love this wonderful connection between the Portuguese and Canada's First Nations. Madam Speaker, the first official group to come from Portugal in terms of immigrants arrived in Pier 21, Nova Scotia, in May 1953, and they came aboard a boat called the Saturnia steamship. 3 to 4 more full boatloads came the year after, and throughout the 1960s and 70s, thousands of Portuguese immigrated to Canada to escape the poverty they experienced under the dictatorship of Antonio de Oliveira Salazar, considered the most oppressive and longest-serving dictatorship of Western Europe. Many also left to flee the Portuguese colonial war, Portugal's war against the nationalist movements in Portugal's African colonies. In the early 1970s, our then Prime Minister, Pierre Trudeau, introduced a policy of multiculturalism, the first country in the world to adopt such a policy. And it was this policy that paved the way in the early 1970s for Canada to create a pathway to citizenship for many of the tens of thousands of Portuguese who to this day are still forever grateful to have been given a chance to start a new life in a country that has given them their freedom without having to give up their language, culture, traditions, and identity. Indeed, now over 40 years later, the Portuguese are 500,000 strong, which includes up to their 4th generation. And while their population largest in Ontario and Quebec, they have vibrant communities right across this great land, from the west coast in BC right to the east coast in Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, you'll also be very happy to know that many universities across the country now offer Portuguese studies, from University of British Columbia, University of Winnipeg, York University, University of Brock, University of Toronto, and University of Montreal. Indeed, the University of Toronto celebrated 70 years of Portuguese instruction, and I want to thank and acknowledge university academics right across this country, including Manuela Marujo, Inês Cardoso, Maria João Dodman, and Carlos Teixeira for their tireless efforts to promote Portuguese studies in Canada. And more locally in my riding, the first Portuguese Canadian Cultural Centre has been teaching the Portuguese language since 1956. And I want to give a shout out to Celina de Mello, the current principal, for her tireless years of service to the school. Today, it is gratifying to see Portuguese taught in schools right across the country. There's over 16 jurisdictions in Ontario, and there are a number of public schools right across the country, from BC through to Manitoba, through to Nova Scotia. And finally, I want to recognize the heroic work of Portuguese clubs right across the country. They work tirelessly to provide a space for their members to come together, to practice their language, to celebrate their culture and traditions. There are over 150 clubs in Canada and more than 20 in my riding of Davenport alone. And I wish I had the time to mention each one of them, because boy, do they work hard, and they so deserve the recognition. I want to thank each CASA. I want to thank each organization, each leader, each board member, and all tireless volunteers for all they do to keep their clubs active and relevant. And it won't come as a surprise, Madam Speaker, that so many Portuguese groups do a lot of fundraising to raise money for different initiatives in the community. Two of my colleagues, the MP from Brampton South and the MP from Brampton West, told me of their great pride of the Amigos Portugueses do Pio Memorial for their extraordinary fundraising efforts for the Osler Foundation and for the Pio Memorial Center for Integrated Health and Wellness. And I know that my Mississauga colleagues would tell me that they're so proud of the Luso-Canadian Charitable Society, headed by Jack Prazeres, that supports families and adults living with developmental and physical disabilities. And of course, I have to give a shout out to the many female Luso groups such as the Amigos Toronto, raising money for cancer research and support. And of course, you can't talk about Portuguese clubs in Canada without mentioning a couple. The Alliance of Portuguese Clubs and Associations of Ontario do such an extraordinary job of bringing all the clubs together and doing the most ambitious programming for Portugal Week, and organizes the largest street festival in Toronto, second largest street festival in Toronto. I want to acknowledge José Maria Eustáquio for his leadership and the leadership of their board and volunteers. Madam Speaker, the Portuguese are highly established and very integrated into the Canadian diaspora. Many of the Portuguese when they arrived in Canada, took construction and cleaning jobs. These honorable jobs helped hardworking Portuguese to support their families, buy homes, and contribute to their church and community. The Portuguese also raised citizens and leaders who currently serve in important roles and who are an inspiration to all Canadians. We know of many of them today. There are two in this House. We have the MP for Brossard, Stephen Lambert, and we have the MP for Mississauga East Cooksville. We have two provincial finance ministers, the Honourable Charles Souza and the Honourable Carlos Letao. We have a provincial member of Parliament, Cristina Martins, and we've got wonderful municipal leaders in Ana Bailau in Toronto, Frank Montero of Cambridge, Marta Medeiros of Brampton, and Nelson Santos in Kingsville. And the Portuguese even have their own Portuguese Walk of Fame, created in 2013 by Toronto-based community leader Manuel da Costa, to recognize Portuguese Canadians in all fields for their outstanding achievements to our country. From cleaners and construction workers that have built much of the infrastructure in Toronto and Ontario, a very successful professional class of talent has emerged. The Portuguese business community is super active. A group called the Federation of Portuguese Canadian Business Professionals was created to promote business activities, leadership, and Portuguese culture. This group has inspired an impressive list of civic leaders, including two of its founders, Armindo Silva and Fernando Costa, to businessmen such as Joe Pinto, Luís Luoro Jr. And I've no doubt, under the current leadership of Michelle George, the Federation will play an integral role in building stronger economic ties to Portugal through the Canada-Europe Trade Agreement, which was just ratified today by the Portuguese Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and which comes into force tomorrow. And I can't mention groups in Canada without mentioning the fact that I have a very strong building trades union and construction unions in my riding. There is no Portuguese event, there's no Portuguese fundraiser that is not supported by LAUNA 180, Local 183 and Local 506. And I want to thank Jack Prazeres, the business manager, for his extraordinary leadership. Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister never tires of saying that diversity is our strength, and one can be a proud Portuguese and a proud Canadian, and there is no conflict. Indeed, the Portuguese Canadians has shared much of their culture with us, including their fado music, their great love of football, whether you're a Benfica, Porto, or Sporting FC fan, their amazing cuisine, whether it's the bacalhau or the churrasqueiras or their queijos, their amazing pastel de natas, and their amazing world-class wines from Douro, Alentejo, or Douro regions. and their Portuguese media is like no other I've ever seen. They are unbelievably strong for a community of its size, particularly in both Montreal and Toronto. And I'd like to give a huge shout out to Sou Português, Antonio Perino, Correio de Manhã, Eduardo Vieira, ABC, Fernando Cruz Gomes, and O Millennium. We also have wonderful TV programs with Omni, Gente TV, por Sergio Morato, Nelly Pedro, and of course, Portuguese radio that was created by Frank Alvarez in Serve. This motion to enshrine June as Portugal Heritage Month and to designate June 10th as Portugal Day in Canada is important not just for the obvious reason of ensuring we recognize the contributions of the Portuguese to Canada at the national level, and not just to promote the cultural language in the years to come, but because by doing so we also reinforce and promote our Canadian values and serve as a model to the world. This is especially important at a time when there's increasing racism and anti-immigration sentiment in too many countries globally. It's much easier to see our differences than our similarities. In Motion 126, we remind ourselves that we are stronger because of our differences and not in spite of them. And Canada is a light and model for the world for showcasing that diversity is a strength. The Portuguese have always been a people open to the world, a people who came to Canada and have successfully integrated into Canadian society, achieving great things and setting an example for the leaders of today and tomorrow. I've no doubt that the Portuguese from every part of Canada will continue to play a key role in creating a better Canada. It is an absolute honor to be able to present M126 today, celebrating the contributions of Portuguese Canadians to this great nation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to do so.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my friend, the Honourable Member for Davenport, muito obrigada. We're very pleased to see this bill come forward. I'm happy to second it. And I wanted to let her know that the story of Portuguese Joe is one I know well. Joe Silva is very well known throughout coastal British Columbia. And his life did take a very unhappy turn. At one point, he left Stanley Park, and where he'd been so successful there, one of the early founders of Gastown. But in his last days, he lived in my area on the Salish Sea on an island called Reed Island, just off Galiano. So there's a lot of Portuguese heritage that stretches to both coasts. A lot of the Portuguese explorers and colonizers were the first to reach Cape Breton. And it's a lot of the place names around Cape Breton Island, where I'm from, were also originally Portuguese. So I want to thank her for this initiative, and I certainly, in terms of a question, only can ask, what can we do to help?
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her wonderful remark. You know, I actually really love this particular story of Portuguese Joe, and I love it because I love that there's this connection between the Portuguese community and our First Peoples of this country. And I also love the statue. If you I've actually seen pictures. I haven't been blessed to actually see it, but I know that it's a very beautiful statue, and it actually has Portuguese tile that actually comes from the Azores that actually surrounds it. So it's a very specific, it's a very special story and history in Canada. In terms of supporting, I think that for me, you know, having this motion pass in the House, I think is very important, and continuing to encourage the Portuguese culture, to support the Portuguese communities in every community across this country, I think is one of the ways that all of us can support the diversity of this great nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London, the West, yes, of course.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for coming with this private member's bill, and I know that you have much support within this House, no doubt. I did want to mention that one of my favorite restaurants in my hometown of London is Portuguese. And I can honestly say that I think one of our other colleagues across the floor, it is in actually her riding, and I would think she would agree with me that King of the Pigs is quite possibly the best restaurant around.
Good
But
restaurant.
it does sound good, doesn't it? Anyway, I do want to thank you because I think the Portuguese community of London will be very happy that we're supporting this. And I truly hope that everyone will be on board. And I just want to make sure that others have a chance to appreciate the Portuguese culture. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Devonport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her wonderful comment. And indeed, I probably could have spent 15 minutes just talking about Portuguese food because the porchetta sandwiches are actually very, very popular. So those tend to be the pork sandwiches that are very famous within the Portuguese community. And I just returned from a month in Portugal, and so I was very blessed to taste a lot of their fresh fish, a lot of their bacalaos, which I did not mention. Codfish is actually very, very popular and something that's also been introduced to the Canadian culture. And again, the queijos, which are the cheeses, is also something that I think is very popular within Canada. And I have no doubt, actually, with the Canada-Europe Trade Agreement going into effect as of tomorrow, that we'll actually be able to experience even more Portuguese food within Canada very shortly. Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker.
Obrigado. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin today, I'd like to share a quote with my colleagues that I came across while preparing for this speech. Now, it's a quote from Summer Sanders. And I quote, "To be a champion, I think that you have to see the big picture. It's not about winning and losing. It's about everyday hard work, about thriving on a challenge. It's about embracing the pain that you'll experience at the end of the race and not being afraid." And Mr. Speaker, as Canadians, we're not shy when it comes to hard work and facing challenges. Particularly in my beautiful riding of Haldimand, Norfolk, we're not afraid to roll up our sleeves and get the job done. And when I think of my Portuguese friends at home, these are the traits that personify them completely. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to the Portuguese community within my beautiful riding of Haldimand, Norfolk, on the south shore of Lake Erie, south coast, north shore. And I do so by sharing my thoughts on them and on M126. Now, I know that this is the first time that this motion has been debated in the House, so for my colleagues who aren't aware of what this motion proposes to do, let me explain briefly. M126 was put forward by the member for Devonport and calls on the government to recognize the contributions made by the Portuguese community to building Canada and their contributions to Canadian society in general. Now, as a way of educating and reflecting on Portuguese heritage and culture for future generations, this motion proposes that June be declared Portuguese Heritage Month and that June 10th be claimed as Portugal Day. And before I go into why I'm standing to support this motion today, please let me first share with the House a brief history about why this month and this day are important to the Portuguese community. Every 10th of June, the Portuguese celebrate their national holiday known as Dia de Portugal, or Portugal Day as it is known to the rest of the world. And while many Portuguese Canadians currently celebrate Portugal Day, this motion will solidify this day as a recognized cultural day right across Canada. The state commemorates the death of Luís de Camões, a significant figure in the history of Portugal. De Camões is best known for his work on Lusíadas, the national epic poem of Portugal that celebrates the nation's successes and its rich history. De Camões was known to be an adventurer. His many escapades include surviving a shipwreck in the region of Cochinchina, now known as Vietnam, and losing an eye while in battle in Ceuta. Legend has it that in order to save the Lusíadas, Camões had to keep it afloat with one of his hands, while he used his other arm to swim through the unforgiving waters of the region's seas. patriotism and bravery are just a few of the qualities that the Camoys had that made the nation choose to honor him in celebrating Portugal Day. Camoys and his perseverance through his adventures is a direct representative of the Portuguese people in my area. Their ability to see a challenge and overcome that challenge is, quite frankly, inspirational. And I can't think of a better way to honor them than by showing our support for this day and for this motion. Now, for me to explain further why this motion is important to people where I live, I need to share with this House a little bit of background on my beautiful riding of Haldimand, Norfolk, and the wonderful, wonderful people who live there. Now, there's no doubt that Canada is a diverse country. Many people come from all over the world to live here, and that's something that should make us all proud. I do not, Mr. Speaker, have the largest Portuguese population, not in my riding, but especially when it's compared with ridings like those of the member from Davenport. In fact, Haldimand, Norfolk is made up largely of people from countries such as Britain, Ireland, Scotland, Germany, Belgium, Poland, the Netherlands, and Hungary. The Portuguese people make up just shy of 3% of the population throughout Haldimand, Norfolk, according to the latest census records. Now that's just over 3,000 people. Now that may not seem like a lot to you, Mr. Speaker, but 3,000 people is the total population of many of the smaller communities in my riding, if you were to lump them all together. And while the Portuguese community in my riding doesn't make up the same large percentage of the population as perhaps that of the member from Davenport, and there may not be as many Portuguese in Haldimand, Norfolk now as there have been in past years, this group contributes immensely to the community. It isn't just about the number of people, but the quality of those people and the action that those people choose. In Haldimand, Norfolk, challenges are abundant. In order for many people in my community to provide for their families, hard work is often a requirement. And it's not easy. But if you aren't afraid to get some dirt on your hands, Mr. Speaker, the opportunities are also abundant. Now, all of the Portuguese people that I know make hard work look easy, even when we know that it's not. In fact, they welcome it with open arms. And that doesn't change whether that work is working in the home or around the yard, whether it's working for an employer, or whether it's their very generous contributions as a volunteer. Not only does the Portuguese community welcome hard work, but they also welcome the other people around them. Now, I consider myself very fortunate to have good friends in our Portuguese community. In fact, whenever I visit them, they always make me feel at home. Especially, I have one very good friend who is a leader within the community, and he often takes me to visit with his friends and even with his family. And you know, Mr. Speaker, whenever I enter their homes, I'm always greeted with love and affection, just as if I were a direct member of the family. We share stories, and we share wonderful food. We laugh, and sometimes we cry from laughing so hard. And then, perhaps after too many carafes of Vino Verde or Porto, I leave feeling even more like a family member than when I arrived. Like hard work, this comes as second nature to the Portuguese community. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to call them my friends, and I'm honored to support this motion. This is a community that couldn't be more deserving of this kind of recognition. So to my Portuguese friends at home, to those in communities right across Canada, you truly are champions. You deserve this. Thank you. Obrigado.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to indicate to the member for Davenport that we highly appreciate her motion. This is a gesture that is in the right direction. Quebec and Canada clearly have societies and communities of people from all over the world in them. apart from the First Nations and the Inuit, we are all the children of immigrants, more or less recent immigrants. Some have been here longer than others, but it's often said that our diversity is our strength, is our wealth, but sometimes it sounds like a bit of an empty slogan. And we have to experience it. We have to have a dialogue, intercultural dialogue, these festivities and so on. And that shows us how much it's true and how lucky we are to live in peaceful, inclusive, diversified communities and a society made up of people who come from all around the world. I think we have to recognize that both as parliamentarians and as Canadians, and this initiative by the member for Davenport is a step in that direction. It's a celebration of our diversity and of one community in particular, which is very dear to me for various reasons. I'll explain some of them in the minutes ahead, in the few minutes that I have. But you have to understand that the links between Newfoundland, and Quebec, and the rest of Canada, and the Portuguese community, those links go way back. Back in the 16th century, Portuguese fishermen were navigating in waters near Newfoundland. They had contact with the inhabitants of Newfoundland, and there are actually monuments in Newfoundland to this day, lest we forget those contacts and those early days, and the fact that Portuguese fishermen, their history in Newfoundland goes way back. The first immigrant from Portugal to Canada came from Lisbon. His name was Pedro. He came in 1667, Pedro da Silva, and he had 15 children. So he is responsible for quite a family name. We think that most of the Da Silvas in Quebec and in Canada today are distant descendants of Pedro da Silva, who arrived in 1667 in Canada. In Montreal, the community that I know best and I'm fortunate to represent part of, the Portuguese community is well established, but they arrived in greater numbers starting in the 1950s. That's where we saw a strong, vibrant Portuguese community begin to develop. They integrated, they worked very hard. We know that they're very hardworking, entrepreneurial people who love growing things, growing food, vegetable gardens, and so on. I'll talk a bit more about that. In Quebec, it's said that there are at least 25,000 people of Portuguese descent, most in Montreal and some in Laval in more recent times. I myself have had the opportunity to live in a neighborhood where on one side my neighbors are Chinese. Fred on the third floor is Haitian. On the second floor, they're French students from France, but there's a high turnover there. And then there's Hannibal on the other side, who's an older gentleman of Portuguese descent. And I have to thank Hannibal because he looks after the front of our house. He keeps things clean. He's there doing that every day. He always says hello. He's very friendly. The closest grocery store to my place is a block away. It's called the Sa Grocery, and it's directed by two brothers, Eddie and Minnie. My wife and I know them. One of the other brothers unfortunately died, but sometimes we're in a bit of a rush. We're not very well organized. We're doing our groceries at the last time. Sometimes we have to go 2 or 3 times on the same day to get that one last item that we forgot, bread or milk or butter or something, and they make fun of us a bit. On the other corner, there's a church, which is a very important gathering point for the Portuguese community, and it's called the Santa Cruz Church. There was a smaller one behind it, but it was too small, so now there's a bigger one. It's very colorful, it's very large, and there are often activities going on there. And in Santa Cruz Church in the summertime, the Portuguese community conducts their traditional religious processions, and often, Mr. Speaker, the procession goes right in front of my house. So it's always great to see, and there's always great food associated with those events. And so these are the traditions of the Portuguese and the Azores and Madeira. I wanted to mention them too. But there's another important thing about the Portuguese community. They're much noisier than their religious processions. Remember the 2016 World Cup of Soccer when Portugal won the finals against France 1-0? I can tell you that I was living in the most brilliant and noisy the neighborhood in Montreal. People were out in the streets celebrating and making noise into the wee hours. They were so proud of that victory. Those are the types of things that, like, when we marvel at the diversity we live in, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. We live very near to this community, and we feel a part of it, really. And that's why I'm glad that this motion would recognize Portugal Day and Portuguese Heritage Month in June, and on June 10th specifically. And the 4th edition of the Portuguese Festival in Montreal was held this summer. Thousands of people were able to appreciate Portuguese traditions, food, dance, music, and also I hope that the International Portuguese Festival in Montreal will continue for years and years. I'm sure it will be around for a long time because we're extremely proud to have our Montreal neighbors and friends from Portugal so close. And so all this to say, Mr. Speaker, that we will proudly, very proudly, support the motion put forward by the member for Davenport and to recognize our Portuguese Canadian friends. Thank you very much.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Today, in support of motion M126, introduced by the member from Davenport, who seeks to have this House recognize the important contributions of Canadian Portuguese that have been made to building this country and to Canadian society. The Minister of Heritage and our government are proud to support this motion. The motion seeks to acknowledge the cultural diversity of Portuguese communities in Canada and the importance of educating and reflecting upon Portuguese heritage and culture for future generations by declaring June the 10th as Portugal Day and the month of June as Portuguese Heritage Month. Our country has a long and proud tradition of opening its arms to newcomers from around the globe, Mr. Speaker. Because of this, we've become one of the most diverse countries in the world. The presence of Portuguese individuals in Canada contributes to that tremendous diversity. People from all corners of the globe choose to leave their homes, family and friends to come here, to Canada. And when they do so, they know that they will be part of a welcoming society with a strong commitment to inclusion, grounded in a proud tradition of multiculturalism. As the Parliamentary Secretary for Multiculturalism, I know personally that newcomers play a critical role in developing our cultural diversity and our economic strength, and in contributing to the vitality of our communities. In 1988, Mr. Speaker, our country became the first nation to proclaim a Multiculturalism Act, an act that requires that we preserve and enhance our multicultural heritage of all Canadians. It also requires that we work to ensure that all Canadians are equal in our economic, social, cultural, and political life. Mr. Speaker, our government is dedicated to preserving and enhancing the value of Canadian diversity and strengthening our multicultural and our pluralistic society. This commitment was clearly articulated in the speech from the throne and is referenced in our cherished Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which includes a specific provision declaring that the Charter shall be interpreted in a manner consistent with the preservation and the enhancement of the multicultural heritage of Canadians. As Canadians, we can never take this commitment to diversity and inclusion for granted. Our society has prospered and will continue to prosper thanks to the strides we have all made to ensure that Canada remains a welcoming society for people from all corners of the globe. People of different faiths, of different cultural backgrounds, who can feel proud in calling this country their home. Parliament's support for Portuguese Heritage Month and recognition of June the 10th as Portugal Day will be in line with our commitment to diversity and inclusion. Mr. Speaker, celebrating the rich diversity of our many multicultural communities is nothing new in Canada. In my riding just this past weekend, we've concluded a weekend of celebrating both the Polish and Ukrainian diasporas that exist in my riding of Parkdale High Park, communities which I'm very proud to represent here in Ottawa. Each year, celebrations such as those are held in communities across the country to honour and recognise the incredibly diverse range of communities that call this country home. On a national level, Mr. Speaker, we have celebrations like Black History Month in February and Asian Heritage Month in May, which are two significant examples of Canada's commitment to acknowledging and highlighting the vital contributions of Canada's many diverse communities to our society. By seeking to recognize the unique contributions of Canadians of Portuguese heritage who live in my riding and ridings around this country, such as Davenport, such as ridings in Montreal, what we are doing today with this motion is continuing this quintessentially Canadian tradition of respecting and nurturing the pluralism that continues to make Canada the envy of the world. Motion M126 presents us with another important opportunity to appreciate the commonalities that unite us, Mr. Speaker, while helping to dispel negative preconceptions that may divide us. In celebrating our diversity, we learn about our common struggles and our shared values. Portuguese Heritage Month and Portugal Day will provide an opportunity to celebrate our diversity and for Canada's Portuguese community to share its unique culture, its unique history and traditions with all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, there was a national household survey in 2011, and it indicated that approximately 430,000 people in Canada reported their ethnic origin as Portuguese. Additionally, Portuguese was the 10th most spoken non-official language in this entire country, with approximately 225,000 Canadian households reporting it as their primary mother tongue in the 2011 census. To those people, Mr. Speaker, I say, obrigado. And Mr. Speaker, those Canadians of Portuguese heritage from coast to coast to coast should feel welcomed and duly recognized through this motion brought forward by the member for Davenport. Recognition of Portuguese Heritage Month will be in keeping with the recognition already given in my home province of Ontario, with the largest population of Portuguese Canadians, which established June 10th as Portugal Day and June as Portuguese History and Heritage Month in 2001. Ontario has an act called the Celebration of Portuguese Heritage Act, which points to the long-standing presence of Portuguese in this country, which dates back over 500 years to the age of exploration and the seafaring of Portuguese navigators, such as Gaspar Corte Real, who explored the northeast coast of Terra Nova, or Newfoundland, and named Conception Bay and Portugal Cove. Government recognition will also be consistent with the fact that Portuguese heritage is also celebrated officially and unofficially throughout June in cities right across Canada. Mr. Speaker, Toronto's Little Portugal neighbourhood, just right next door to Parkdale High Park in the lovely community and constituency of Davenport, for example, is home to a thriving and vibrant community of Canadians of Portuguese heritage who come together annually to celebrate the month of June and June 10th as Portugal Day. My constituents of Portuguese and non-Portuguese descent attend that celebration to celebrate with their neighbours, but also to show their respect for the immense contributions of Portuguese to this country. Portugal Day, which falls on June 10th, is celebrated in honour of Luís de Camões, who is one of Portugal's most revered poets and author of the most famous Portuguese epic poem, the Lusíads. Portugal Day is also officially recognized as the day to celebrate Portuguese communities around the world, in recognition of the millions of people of Portuguese descent who reside outside of the homeland. With this in mind, this motion is timely given that Canada is home to one of the largest Portuguese diaspora communities in the entire world. The establishment of Portuguese Heritage Month, Mr. Speaker, will provide an opportunity for all Canadians to learn more about this tremendous community and the many notable and historic and current figures who have contributed to Canada in so many ways. Mr. Speaker, the list is immense, but to cite just a few examples, individuals such as the world-famous singer Nelly Furtado, and no, I will not do a rendition, Mr. Speaker. People said, thank you for acknowledging that, Mr. Speaker. People like Canadian Olympic medalist Megan Benfito and the Honourable Maria Linares de Souza, who is the judge of the Superior Court of Justice in Ontario, among many, many others. Celebrations such as Portuguese Heritage Month are an expression of the vitality of our multiculturalism, which I started out referencing, Mr. Speaker. Our hope is that Canadians of all backgrounds will view Portuguese Heritage Month as an opportunity to learn about Portuguese culture while celebrating our inclusive sense of Canadian identity. I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by reiterating our government's support for this motion, our government's support for the efforts being made by the member from Davenport, and highlighting that it is essential that Canadians celebrate and acknowledge the various communities that have helped to make Canada one of the most successful multicultural countries in the world. With this in mind, Mr. Speaker, I would urge all members of this House to vote in favour of motion M126. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obrigado.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today in support of M126. I rise in support of the groups of talented and dedicated Portuguese Canadians in my riding of Brampton South. I rise in support of the talented and dedicated Portuguese Canadian across the country. It is important to recognize those who worked hard to help build this country and whose hard work continues to shape and define our communities from coast to coast. In Brampton South, we have a very special group, Amigos Portuguese do Peel, who dedicate their time, energy, and talent to supporting community projects throughout Peel. Under passionate and compassionate community leadership, the Amigos Portuguese have made their work on Peel region and in Brampton South. They have been working hard over the past 4 years, organizing fundraise events, dances, golf tournament, bocce tournament, and more to support redevelopment of Peel Memorial. Mr. Speaker, in my first speech in this place, I spoke of the Amigos Portuguese and their fundraising efforts, where once again they exceeded their goals. It is clear to me and to anyone who works with this group that they are dedicated and hardworking and are eager to make a difference in our communities. We should all be so fortunate to have groups like Amigos Portuguese in our ridings and so for many other groups in cross country. Their hard work is literally shaping our community. Across Canada and around the world, in businesses, in sports, in media, in community building, and the Portuguese community is thriving. In Canada, we know that diversity is our strength, and we can do more when we came together as one family. The Portuguese Canadian members of this family have shared their diversity, their culture, and their custard tarts with us, and we are forever grateful. As we know, Mr. Speaker, the GTA saw a major movement of Portuguese immigration in 1955. Most of the Portuguese people coming to Canada to help fill labor needs. That time, keeping up with the post-World War II development boom, Portuguese families settled into their new home and helped rebuild cities. From those early days to right now, we have a lot to thank our Portuguese Canadians for. I support this motion because, Mr. Speaker, I feel that this is the vitality important to recognize and celebrate the various communities who have come together to make the Canadian mosaic. During the summer, I had the chance to visit Ponta Delgada on São Miguel Island on the Azores. I toured the beautiful landscapes and learned about the community. I was happy to see this beautiful place where many residents of Brampton South trace their heritage. In my riding, I'm proud that we are home to the Church of Our Lady of Fatima, which hosts the annual Santo Cristo procession and the Holy Ghost festivities. Both of these celebrations are among the largest in Ontario and bring Portuguese Canadians from across the province and beyond to join in. In June, I joined my colleagues in Brampton, along the members of the city government, to raise the Portuguese flag at Brampton City Hall. It was an honor to join my colleagues and honor this important community in Brampton. Later that day, everyone was invited to Garden Square in downtown Brampton and right beside my office for a Portuguese festival, which celebrated the unique heritage of this community. There was live music, food festival, traditional dancing, and many crafts. It was a wonderful day, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to continue these celebrations in years to come. On that day, in fact, for the first time, June was proclaimed as Portuguese Heritage Month in the city of Brampton. I hope that we can share this celebration across Canada with the adoption of the motion. By marking Portuguese Heritage Month as this motion would do, we are entrenching in Canadian culture the importance of recognizing the history and tradition of so many of our neighbors and friends. I'm proud to have a great community partners in Regional Councillor Martin Medeiros, who joined me in engaging the Portuguese community. Councillor Medeiros is a tireless, and I'm grateful for the work he does to recognize Portuguese Canadians at the regional level in Brampton and Peel. We have had important celebration here in Ottawa too. Last spring, Mr. Speaker, the Canada and Portugal Friendship Group hosted a parliamentary celebration of Portugal Day. We had visitors from Brampton South, a whole bus, as well as many other communities in the GTA with large Portuguese Canadian populations. The festivities that day were celebrated with joy. We had music, food, and friends, the best kind of celebration. And this is how we should always celebrate our diversity. We share our histories, we share our culture, we share our values. One of the traditional dances of Portugal is a fandango, a competition to see who has the lightest on their feet while engaging each other in fun and exciting dance. I encourage all members here to join their Portuguese community and learn the fandango. As a member of the Canada-Portugal Friendship Group, I want to make a moment and thank my colleague, the chairs of the group, for the work they do in organizing special events to celebrate Portuguese heritage. They have worked tirelessly as the leaders of our group, and I would be remiss not to thank them for their work. To paraphrase as often repeated line, together better is always possible. We are always better together. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend my colleague, the member of Devonport, for bringing this motion forward and recognizing the wonderful contribution Portuguese Canadians have made, and will they surely continue to make to Canada better. It speaks great volumes of her dedication to representing her community. She is a hard worker and to community celebrating the diversity to all Canadians to bring forward such a motion of this place. I encourage my colleague to join me, all colleagues to join me in supporting this motion and in supporting the celebration of Portuguese heritage this year and every year going forward. Obrigado, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And maybe an appropriate way to start, because I was so impressed by my colleague and friend, the member from Devonport. Listening to her speech, you get this appreciation of just how much passion she has for our Portuguese community. I know this isn't the first time I've heard her stand in the House or even beyond the House, whether it's in caucus or in the lobby. You get this sense that there's an immense amount of pride and joy that she has embodied that deals with our Portuguese Canadian heritage group. So I applaud her for her actions today in ensuring that what we're doing is we're looking at one of our treasured communities in Canada and recognizing the value of having a heritage period of time, a month and a week, recognized in the month of June, because I think that is something that is long overdue, Mr. Speaker, and I applaud her and those around, because no doubt, as members often will bring resolutions and ideas such as this to the floor of the House of Commons, quite often those ideas are supported from the grassroots people within our communities, and those that work so hard through ethnic type of cultural events that take place in every region of our country. So I also recognize, as I know my colleague from Devonport has already mentioned many of those, even by name she knows it so thoroughly, but I think just generally speaking, all those that were involved in helping and assisting us having this great discussion and debate today and recognizing a very important community. You know, our Prime Minister often talks about Canada's greatest strength, that greatest strength being our diversity. And there is no, now I'm a little bit biased, I'll admit that up front, there is no greater demonstration of our diversity, I would argue, than in Winnipeg during the month of August. And I know I have my colleague, the member from Winnipeg South, and my colleague from Winnipeg Centre that is with me, and in fact, in sharing our sense of pride in our Portuguese community. In fact, the member from Winnipeg North Centre actually has at least 2 Portuguese centres of activities located in Winnipeg Centre. And I know he's had, as I have, and other members of the Manitoba Caucus have taken a great deal of pride in enjoying that wonderful Portuguese hospitality. And, you know, if I go to what it is when we listen to our Prime Minister talk about that strength, I think that it's interesting for us to really get that appreciation. Some members have made reference to what other countries and how other countries are thinking, at least in part. Not all other countries, but there are some countries that raise concerns that maybe do not recognize the true value of multiculturalism or immigration and how society benefits by that, how Canada has benefited, Mr. Speaker. And we can see that. You can get a snapshot of that by looking at our Portuguese community. You know, my colleague from Davenport made reference to good, solid, quality jobs such as construction. You know, and I hate to think in terms of what kind of construction we would have missed in the city of Winnipeg if we didn't have such strong, hard-working personalities in that particular community. In fact, if you take a look at the Portuguese Centre that's on Notre Dame, it is a beautiful centre, Mr. Speaker. And I know that there's individuals like Mario Santos and so many others that actually made it happen. And you want to talk about commitment. You know, nowadays you often get groups that will go to governments of different levels and say, well, how can we get this centre built? We had, and I encourage governments to get involved where they can, having said that, but we had this community centre built a number of decades ago. And what we saw was members of the Portuguese community come to the table and say, hey, look, let's get the land, let's get the supplies, and they were in firsthand building the centre. And if you have never seen the centre, I would really encourage you, if you go to Winnipeg, to go and check out the Portuguese Centre. In fact, when I meet with members of communities of Filipino heritage and the Ethiopian heritage members, I've often made reference to the Portuguese Centre as an ideal type of centre, and even the manner in which it came into being. Now, recommending members to go to the Portuguese Centre, let me make a suggestion as to when you should go to the Portuguese Centre. If you really want to get a taste of Portugal and of Portuguese pride, I would recommend that you go during Folclorama. Because if you go during Folclorama, you will see that facility, that particular facility, and as I say, there's more than one facility, where it really comes alive. In a very tangible way. We will see thousands of people, not only from Winnipeg, from the United States, other parts of Canada, that will come during that month of August to participate in Canada's greatest multicultural show, and many of them will, in fact, visit the Portuguese pavilion. And when you walk into this particular pavilion, you have a choice. You can start off by going into the basement, and you'll see the heritage clothing that is often worn. You will see their emphasis on football, soccer, Depends what one might want to call it. It is a passion. I do know that much, Mr. Speaker. But it is something in which you go downstairs and you see this wonderful display of all sorts of things that get you thinking about traveling to Portugal. Then if you stay and you go into the main auditorium, you will be treated with some fantastic food. Some of my colleagues have talked about good food. Well, you go there during Folklorama, and those desserts are awfully hard to say no to, let alone some of the other products that you will eat, Mr. Speaker. And I tell you, the hospitality is incredible. Well, while you're eating or you just want to be there for the entertainment, you will see some fantastic dancing take place. Whether it's young people or not as young people in circles, and you have to excuse me for not necessarily knowing the actual name of the dance, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, it is a real treat. And that's just one aspect in terms of our Portuguese community. I could talk to you about a community in rural Manitoba where you have the Portuguese community that are camped around and own property. It is quite the community. We can talk about both pavilions. Not only do we have one pavilion, there's actually two pavilions. Both of them are first class. I realize my time has expired. I always appreciate, Mr. Speaker, to be able to share a few words.
When this motion returns, the honourable member will have 2 minutes credit to his side. Time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order precedence on the order paper. À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 30.
Now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed tabled and seconded. So the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
Member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On April 10th of this year, I asked a question of the Minister of Social Development about seniors in dire need of proper housing. The Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives had published a report showing that 42% of BC seniors were experiencing core housing needs. The Minister of Social Development answered by saying that the Liberals reduced the age of eligibility for OAS back to 65 years old, and that was lifting them out of poverty. Well, that really wasn't my question. The housing crisis is systematically impacting seniors, and I'm hoping that today we can get these concerns addressed in a more candid fashion. In that report, certain groups of senior renters face even higher rates of core housing need than seniors as a whole. Senior renters living alone are more at risk than those living in families, 51% compared to 23%. Women are disproportionately affected. More than half of all senior women renters living alone experience core housing needs at 54%, compared to 45% of senior men living alone. I've seen it time and time again. In my riding of North Island Powell River, in British Columbia, and across the country, where are the resources so desperately needed now? This after report demonstrating the need for support now. The minister was basically saying good luck, and that is unacceptable. The CCPA information about core housing needs got reconfirmed this week by government sources. According to data from the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, CMHC, nearly 3,700,000 senior citizens living in British Columbia are going through a rental squeeze. About 2 years ago, the vacancy rate for seniors across BC was at 6.3%, but this figure has seen a reduction in 10% this year, with the rental vacancy rate for seniors standing at 4.7%. Canada's seniors worked hard to build this country, but rising costs mean that seniors cannot make ends meet. Unaffordable housing is one of the many factors making life more difficult for seniors. Today, more than 250,000 seniors live below the poverty line. In a country as prosperous as Canada, that is unacceptable. In my riding of North Island Powell River, we held 11 town halls meetings across the riding to discuss issues impacting seniors. Hundreds of constituents participated by attending those town hall meetings, emailing or calling with their thoughts. Earlier this summer, we organized and participated in roundtables with local stakeholders on the issue of housing. Both issues are very important to me and my constituents. These are both local issues and national issues that require immediate action. Whether it is seniors who cannot leave the hospital due to a lack of housing, they simply have nowhere to go, partners who are living on 20% of a pension because the remainder is paying for a spouse's care facility, and seniors living in shelters, there is no doubt the time for action is now. The time to turn a blind eye is over. I hope this minister understands that its own Crown Corporation is telling them there is a problem. You've got to listen to them. Our country needs a strong institution that can effectively meet the challenges of Canada's aging population. Canadian seniors deserve a solution now. Can the minister tell struggling seniors who are having difficulty paying rent or difficulty finding appropriate housing how this will be addressed?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River asked in this very House, how can the Finance Minister tell Canadian seniors that housing is just not available? Well, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Family and Children and Social Development, I'd like to suggest that it is simply not true. The welfare and the well-being of our seniors, notably through proper housing, is top of mind for our government. In fact, over the past year and a half, our government has brought forward a number of measures, policies, and initiatives to improve access to affordable housing for Canadian seniors. As announced in Budget 2017, we will invest more than $11.2 billion over 11 years in initiatives designed to build, renew, and repair Canada's stock of affordable housing. The National Housing Strategy, which will be announced later this year, will ensure that more Canadians have access to housing that meets their needs and that they can afford. This will help to reduce core housing need and lift more Canadians out of homelessness, contributing to stronger, more inclusive communities. As part of the government's renewed role in housing, we will establish a national housing fund to address critical housing issues and prioritize support for vulnerable citizens, including our seniors. Working with the provinces and territories, we will also co-invest with the proponents so that housing can complement other social economic priorities, such as housing for seniors and at-risk youth. Budget 2017 initiatives build on the government's Budget 2016 announcements related to housing, which included over $200 million over 2 years to help improve housing conditions for more than 5,000 low-income senior households. This funding is being delivered by provinces and territories through the investment in affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, greater accessibility and availability of services tied to housing and more housing options are top priorities for this government, as they will support Canadian seniors, among others. That is why we held extensive consultations across the country to gather ideas and suggestions to guide the development of an inclusive national housing strategy for Canada. We know that the middle-class prosperity and inclusive communities rely on safe, affordable housing. Yet too many Canadians, including seniors, still struggle to find affordable housing that really meets their needs. We have been working with provinces and territories, Indigenous peoples, and other communities, as well as stakeholders and the public, to address this issue and improve the lives of Canadian seniors. And we intend to continue on the same path, Mr. Speaker. On a very quick note, I would make reference to one of the first initiatives that we put in our very first budget, was to ensure that the poorest of Canada's seniors, those receiving the Guaranteed Income Supplement, would receive a substantial increase, to the degree in which many of those seniors, for example, is receiving over an additional $900 a year. for a senior in poverty, Mr. Speaker, that is a lot of money. That was a priority of this government. Our seniors and individuals that are concerned about the future of housing in our country need to be assured that we have a Prime Minister, a government that is committed to provide the types of housing that we believe and we know that Canadians are going to need into the future, and we are working in a very robust fashion to deliver wherever we can on this very important issue that all Canadians have.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I encourage this government to listen to its own body, CMHC, who has reported in the past year there was also a short supply of new homes for seniors across BC, with only 500 newly erected buildings. Earlier this year, we saw low-income seniors facing eviction from their retirement homes to make way for higher profits. This example gives us a glimpse into the vulnerability facing low-income seniors. Without the public's outcry, this situation might have had a very different outcome. With a growing aging population, this need will just continue to grow. Can the minister offer us a concrete solution? How will he and his department help spur growth on seniors' homes and make sure seniors have appropriate housing? They can't wait.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned earlier some of the measures and policies and initiatives that our government has put in place to meet the needs of Canadian seniors for affordable housing. As I said, in Budget 2017, we announced $11.2 billion over the next 11 years to build, renew, and repair Canada's stock of affordable housing and help ensure that Canadians have affordable housing that meets their needs. The National Housing Strategy that will be launched later this year will also provide funding to support innovative approaches to housing development and to encourage better collaboration and leverage additional investments in housing. Budget 2017 investments are in addition to the existing funding for housing and the homeless provided in Budget 2016, which included additional funding to help seniors access affordable housing through the investment in affordable housing. We also consulted Canadians from coast to coast to coast to develop an inclusive national housing strategy for Canada. That's what we have been doing to improve access.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In June, New Democrats made a final appeal to the Finance Minister to maintain the public transit tax credit. This used to be an incentive to encourage ridership. Now, in the last federal budget, the government announced that the tax credit was going to be killed on June 30th. That was extremely disappointing, that after all the opposition from seniors, students, poor workers, single mums, the government still decided to go ahead and abolish this tax credit. That's not leadership. It's not walking the talk on either the middle class or on climate change. Now, that transit tax rebate made the daily use of public transit just a little bit more affordable in my community. In our community of Nanaimo Ladysmith, there was a double hit of the cancellation of this tax rebate. Bus riders was the obvious one, but also ferry-dependent communities such as Gabriola Island, where I live. Lots of commuters go back and forth every day. People in my community who are working at the hospital, who are back and forth on the ferry every day, we're saving hundreds of dollars a year and more. In my region, the evidence does not support the government's assertion back in the spring that this was a benefit for wealthy people riding the bus. Middle-class families and low-income individuals are the ones who are paying the price of this cancellation. Now, in 2018, 1.5 million Canadians will see an increase in their federal income tax because of the cancellation of this public transit tax rebate. The public transit users, obviously not the wealthiest people in Canada, they were getting back collectively $250 million a year. Now, each individual person will pay, on average, $150 to $200 more in federal taxes. That will affect seniors, students, the working poor, single mums. It's a transit tax rebate that used to be open to everyone across the country. It's one of the things that used to give people who ride public transit just a little bit of a break. Now, reducing accessibility to public transit While everybody's just struggling to get by, it runs counter to the fight to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Now, clearly, this government doesn't walk its talk on either public transit or affordability. And so my question to the government is, if it is really serious about fighting climate change and defending the middle class, why did they proceed with the cancellation of this public transit tax credit?
État parlementaire au ministre des Finances.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. I think that we share the same objective, which is to promote public transit. It's just that we have a difference of opinion about the method. But I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that our government is determined to build an economy that works for Canadians, middle-class Canadians, and that's why we decided to have a review of federal spending to take into consideration concerns that have been raised. This review aims to ensure that federal spending is fair for Canadians and that it's also viable long term. We know that ineffective measures and outmoded ones, getting rid of them will not only allow us to save money, it will also allow us to free up resources that can be allocated to more important priorities.
Public transit tax credit has been ineffective in encouraging the use of public transit and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Canadians deserve better. They deserve government investments that actually work for them, whether in support of public transit or a cleaner environment. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to supporting both. But unlike the public transit tax credit, we are doing so in a manner that is actually effective. Budget 2017, for example, announces $20.1 billion in funding over 11 years to provinces and territories, plus at least $5 billion through the Canada Infrastructure Bank for improved public transit. And it goes even further to support clean, healthy communities for Canadians. Budget 2017 lays out the government's plan to invest $21.9 billion in green infrastructure, including in initiatives that will support the implementation of the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change. This includes $9.2 billion for provinces and territories over the next 11 years to support priority projects, including those that reduce greenhouse gas emissions, deliver clean water, safely manage wastewater, help communities prepare for challenges that result from climate change, and help build cleaner, better connected electricity systems. Il s'agit là, Monsieur le Président, que le...
These are just a few examples of the means we're using to implement our plan, which aims to grow the economy in a way that works for the middle class and those working hard to join it. We've also lowered taxes, Mr. Speaker, and I think I should remind you of this, that 9 out of 10 Canadians are benefiting from the Canada Child Benefit. So that's more than under the previous program, and it's an increase of about $2,300 per family, which is tax-free. We also took measures to make current tax credits for families more accessible and better. These are just a few examples of the things that we can accomplish if we effectively use the available resources. So I'm proud to support this approach. Thank you very much.
For Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We still have heard no evidence from the government around the basis on which they decided that this was not an effective way to help affordability and help people want to ride public transit. The prospect of spending on public transit 11 years out does nothing for the people that right now needed that rebate to help them ride transit to get to work. The middle-class tax cuts that the government keeps talking about did not affect the most low-income people in my community or across the country. So it's very hard to hear this. I mean, there's a good intention somehow, but there's no implementation. My colleague, the Member of Parliament for Rosemont Le Petit Patrice, had an online petition. Thousands of people signed it, saying that public transit helps local air quality, it helps commuters, it helps jobs, it helps the environment. So why did the government proceed and do this mean-spirited cancellation of the tax rebate?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've heard loud and clear the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, but when she talks about the poorest members of her community, they don't actually stand to benefit much from a tax credit, which is why it was an inefficient measure, both in helping lower-income Canadians to have access to public public transit and ineffective in inducing people to actually use public transits, which is why we've decided, instead of going forward with a measure that we know to be ineffective, to go with investments in public transit, in cleaner communities, with tax cuts for middle class, but also with the Child Canadian, l'allocation canadienne aux enfants, which would lift 300,000 child out of poverty in this country. So I think those are effective measures to reach the goals, which I know we both share, to have cleaner, healthier communities and less inequalities in this country. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport, de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Oh, good evening, Mr. Speaker. As usual, I'm very happy to be able to speak in this House. I see my colleague is still here in the House, so good evening to him as well. I imagine that you're the one who's going to answer me. Tonight I'll be talking about Liberal appointments. During the last session, I had many questions about the partisan appointments conducted by the Liberal Party. I'm sure we all remember the appointment of a former Liberal minister who had left her position as a minister in Ontario only to attempt to be appointed to the Senate, but she was actually appointed as the Official Languages Commissioner. She had met with a number of people in the Liberal Party because she had also donated money to the future Prime Minister's election campaign. So if that doesn't seem like partisanship, I don't know what does.
And the opposition parties all together stood up loud and clear to speak out against that, because in our view, senior officer of Parliament should never be associated with any political party, be it the Liberal Party, the Conservative Party, the NDP Party. It should be someone who's truly apolitical. And after she withdrew, when Ms. Mayer withdrew her candidacy for the position, and that was quite honorable of her to do, we were told that the selection criteria were the best criteria. But then they were reworked, and to this day, it's September 20th, no one has been appointed as Official Languages Commissioner. The person in that position is still there on an acting basis. So we don't know what the selection procedure is or will be. And I used to be on the official languages. That used to be my file, but now I'm the rural critic. But I know that there were some senior Liberals who were going to have to work on that. Anyway, I just hope that the process will be more transparent next time round, and that those positions will finally be filled with, and that the list of candidates will be useful. I hope that the next appointment of the Official Languages Commissioner or any other appointment of a senior official, an officer of Parliament, I hope that the candidates will all be apolitical, independent, arm's length. I think it's important to keep that independence. When there's an appointment for a position like Official Languages Commissioner, when you have to be accountable to the minority language communities, you should never be associated with any party, particular party.
Mr. Speaker, you know, when it comes to appointments and national government appointments, let me suggest to you that that is actually a good news story. And I sat in opposition and I witnessed The former Prime Minister Stephen Harper make many of appointments. So when it comes to appointments, it's a good news story, and let me tell you why. This government put in place a new appointment process which supports open, transparent, and merit-based selection processes. When I talk about open, this is what we mean. Selection processes are open to all Canadians to provide them with the opportunity, should they be interested, and have the required qualifications to participate in their democratic institutions by serving as a GIC appointment. When we talk about transparent, what we're talking about, clear information about the requirements and steps involved in the selection process are readily available to the public in order to reach as many Canadians as possible and attract a strong, diverse field of highly qualified candidates. Appointments are publicly available on the Privy Council Office Orders in Council database. Merit. When you think of merit, let's think about the selection process is designed to identify high-qualified candidates who meet the needs of the organization and are able to perform the duties of the position to which they would be appointed. It seeks individuals who have the qualifications. By qualifications, we're talking about education experience, knowledge, skills, and abilities. And, Mr. Speaker, personal suitability to fill the position, and who are also able to meet any statutory and or other conditions that may be required. This new process will help strengthen trust in our democracy and ensure the integrity of our public institutions. Our aim is to identify high-quality candidates who are committed to the principles of public service and embrace public service values. Under this process, Mr. Speaker, we have made well over 200 appointments. And I think it's important for us to realize the mix of that 200 appointments. 60% are women. 10% are visible minorities. 10% are Indigenous. Mr. Speaker, this truly reflects Canada's diversity. It is something in which I am very proud of, especially if you contrast the new process that we have put in place since this Prime Minister made a commitment to Canadians of being open, transparent, and merit-based when it comes to national appointments. And that's why I say it's a good news story, because when you do the comparison, hands down, you will realize that this government takes its commitment very seriously, and by the results that I just listed off, you will see that we have maintained that commitment.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm flabbergasted. I have to say flabbergasted when this type of colleague talks about transparency. Let's settle one thing once and for all here in the House. Let's stop talking about the previous government. They've been here for 2 years now. If there was going to be any transparency, the opposition wouldn't have to stand up and denounce the partisan appointments, Mr. Speaker. If you want transparent appointments, it's all well and good to talk about it, but the last time I spoke to the Minister of Heritage, and Ms. Ambrose was here at the time, she was the acting leader, we received the letter 2 days before Ms. Mayer was appointed. If that's supposed to be transparent...
Mr. Speaker, to be very clear, Canadians can, in fact, continue to apply for positions on commissions, boards, crown corporations, agencies, and tribunals across the country, as the selection process for more positions continue to be launched. Let's be very, very clear. We do have a process that is open, transparent, and merit-based. This new process will help strengthen trust in our democracy and ensure the integrity of our public institutions. As I say, it is indeed a good news story. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant que
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly,
ends adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 24-1.